Hey, Nectarius. Good to see you, man. You are first. There's J-Sam, Big Red. Good to see you guys. So now that I actually have internet, we're doing the MGS4 story run from like a week ago. And then we'll move on to more interesting stuff as well. And 20% more internet. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's okay now. There, Corsair. Sold Hamza, Meepaz. Welcome, guys. Yeah, all them frames are totally gonna be useful because MGS4 can totally run at 60 FPS, right? Let's see. New Game Plus. None of Machines commercial.
Come on, that's it. This is what it is, right here. Dude, dog it out. Keep on touching.
Now, the breakthrough recruit workout was created by the drill sergeant when he was in boot camp, sweating off pounds and building muscle on army time. Call now, and this one of us.
You mean in high school? Well, my dad got
Who is this guy?
overseas and
Good Kiefer in here.
High hopes for that RV, old Betler.
Beat Liv, thank you so much for the 30 months. Welcome back.
Larry's such a good man. We've been married for a while and he wants to give me the second
Melissa.
expensive days.
There, KC3 dogs. I didn't really do anything special.
When they're hungry or in some sort of danger, they haul.
But yeah, I hope you guys had fun. Nordy, thank you for the 82 months.
That's right. And if we're
The potato internet is slightly less potato now.
it's the only time you'll see an octopus go fast.
Mitten DJ with the 14 months, thank you.
Really intelligent creatures. Really. Hey, where'd it go?
Made it for my wife last night.
And did she love it?
General Doomsday with the 71
Mad.
of potato internet. Keep it going. Thank you. MotoGP with the tomato internet. You know, I'll take tomatoes over potatoes for internet.
Oh, wait a minute.
D-Gamer with 16 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back.
For the ceremonial snake cutting.
Hey there, 108.
What that means. We need a member of the audience to
Hey there, Undercover Snatcher. How you doing?
test out the chef's new knife.
Come on,
You know, I'm really gonna go hard now with the streams. So I'm feeling pretty motivated.
the last chapter in this snake's life.
Very subtle. Bearded Conrad, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Hey there, Andrew. Air Bomb, Double Cloud. Souls Invictus. Oh, dude. Tier 3, 101 months. A century of Ochan. Thank you so much, man. What happened after the last stream? Well, my internet was potato, and now hopefully it's less potato. I'm pretty sure it's less potato now. I did some tests, and we should be okay. Now watch it drop after I said that. Nah, it's gonna be okay. Twitch has changed. Yeah, today we're just doing a, basic bitch MGS4 story run. It's gonna take about 11, maybe 12 hours. It was weird because like my upload wasn't stable, but I could still see things. Like I could still browse and see the chat. Like every time the internet dropped, I could still see the chat complaining about it, but I couldn't reconnect. It's just a really weird thing to have a stable upload, consistent, stream of data to one server. Sometimes it gets confused. I don't know. But we're okay now. We're okay now. I mean, have I ever done a big boss run? Cheeseburger? Yes, that's kind of some of the streams that I do big boss runs. Actually, I started doing big boss runs with MGS4 back in the day, and then went back and did it with all the other games. So we'll probably see those soon again.
War has changed.
Speeds have changed.
It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine. War has changed. ID tag soldiers carry ID tag weapons, use ID tag gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities. Genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. War has changed. The age of deterrence has become the age of control. All in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history. War has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
Soon to be single digit frame rate will tell you it's PS3, yes. Max the second son, thanks for the 3 months. Wow. And here's my favorite MGS4 feature. The game plays itself. I always like to show this. The very first gameplay segment here, if you don't touch anything for like, I don't know, a few seconds, within 3 seconds Otacon is already nagging your ear. 1, 2.
It's too dangerous to stay in one spot. Get prepped, then get out of there as soon as possible.
Wow, and then if you keep not doing anything, the game literally plays itself. Snake Smokes the Boss brand. You can see a very detailed 3D model of his smokes in the menu. Yeah, they needed to keep this. There you go.
Try going under it.
Not touching anything, Otacon nagging your ear again. Upgrade, I'm afraid it's been 9 years. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Colossal Fish with the 67 months. Thank you. It only does that in the very first section, unfortunately. I tried. And it worked with the 59. Welcome back. Thank you. You love me full homo? It's not until the balls touch though. So we'll have to see about that. You're a fool for 87 months. That's a long time to be a fool. Thank you. Alright. You don't have to pick this up now, but it makes it more cinematic. This scene actually changes depending on which weapon you have equipped and which way you go. So there's like 4 different versions of it. You idiot.
We need backup! Hit him hard!
What?
And if only these idiots knew how to take down a gecko. Because you can actually take down geckos with any weapon almost. Ooh, the frames.
Head north, and try not to run into any gecko along the way.
Oh, should upgrade with the 10? Oh, that's total, and 5 now. The gift of subs. Thank you so much, man. You guys have been upgraded. Enjoy those free subs. Thank you for your generosity and support. You're fool. Gifted a sub. And Kawaii, nice. Thank you. Their Phantom, already salute. The geckos are actually completely deaf and blind from behind, so yeah. It is a new month, so you get that badge, yeah. It's Kojima's desperate cry for help here on the box. Please go visit my blog. There's no place for Hideo. And they're portable jerk-offs. Simon Fox, cheers man, glad you're enjoying the content. What's my favorite gun customization to use in the game? I'm gonna have to disappoint you because as much as it's cool and I always praise MGS4's gun details, there really isn't a whole lot of point in customizing things. You can really fuck up your M4 with all sorts of attachments, but it's kind of useless because, you know, a lot of it ends up being tranquilizer and like maybe smoke grenades. So in terms of gameplay, it doesn't really matter. But if you're playing on a high difficulty, you want something with high penetration, because otherwise it takes 3 headshots to kill somebody with a helmet. The geckos have this weird like green shit thing that comes out of their asses when they're like ready to be recalled or something. It happens a couple times in the game. It just happened here. But yeah, basically when they're being dismissed or recalled or whatever, there's green shit that comes out of geckos. I don't know what the deal is with that. Faucet, thanks for the 52 months. Next slide, please. Here's Kojima telling everybody that he's a trap. Because Snake is looking for, you know, mines or traps under this rifle. That's why he stabs around with the knife. Just in case it's booby-trapped. You know, that's a real thing. And then what does he find? He finds Kojima's name under it. So basically Kojima's a trap. I knew it. Yeah, there's only like maybe 3 or 4 places where you can pick up chaff grenades. They're really, really useful in this game because everything is freaking, you know, AIs and geckos and dwarf geckos. So you can't even buy them. To have a whole bunch of chaff grenades, the only way is to keep picking them up and keep them on the same save. So like you can pick them up in Shadow Moses, obviously. You can pick them up in Act 2. There's 2 places. One right before the end of it at the Market Square. That's usually where I pick them up. Yeah, Silent Fox, well, I'll be doing in-depth runs with Easter eggs and other stuff. After this MGS4 run, we'll be doing some Peace Walker, and then we'll be doing maybe some big boss runs, some challenge stuff, and then we'll be going back to the in-depth runs. I'm hoping to actually get a real marathon going this month, you know, with 3 Dog and stuff.
Even the dead have ears.
Snake, we've got to go. We've got an old friend waiting for you.
Otacon. The test results.
You should play the others without playing this.
The genome analysis was positive, but the mRNA analysis turned up negative. The wrinkled skin, the hardened arteries. Your early aging symptoms look like classic Werner syndrome. But none of the tests were able to pinpoint the cause.
So,
Snake, you have Ligma.
Judging by how rapidly the aging has progressed, I'd say
a year at best, right?
I will co-op Ragnarok.
yeah. Snake, let's try another doctor.
It won't make any difference. I'm not an ordinary man to begin with. Not to mention Fox die.
You're right. But we don't know where Naomi is.
I have a couple announcements about meme games. Make.
Naomi.
Lately with the rising memes making a comeback, you know, it might make sense to play it.
I'm not a colonel anymore, Snake.
I figured the only place I'd see you dressed like that would be at your daughter's wedding. What are you doing these days?
I'm working for an organization under the UN Security Council. The Analysis and Assessment Staff of the PMC Oversight and Inspection Committee.
Yeah, I remember the resolution being passed a few years ago.
Snake, I came across some information in my work.
Snake, they won't let me retire.
We found him. In the Middle East.
Poor Campbell's been trying to retire like 3 times now.
I'll explain along the way. We've got to stop him. Now. Before it's too
Honestly, Campbell and Eva would have made more sense than Campbell and Rose.
We found him.
He's preparing to unleash his insurrection. Liquid is lying in wait in a Middle Eastern war zone. Track him down.
Because after all, like, Eva kind of recruited Naomi, right? And Raiden. So, honestly, Campbell would have made more sense to be with Eva than with Rose, but whatever.
Only 2 eggs today? Holidays.
And then it would have justified the fact that they say that fucking Campbell is Raiden's CEO, which she never was, but whatever. That would have made so much fucking sense. But no, we don't do that in MGS4. The Simin has 3 planned, think, for the 32 months. I never thought about it, but it would have made a little bit more sense. It's not like they tried to tie everything together in this game. You know, things that weren't meant to be tied together in the first place.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
What's the situation?
I'm just inside the city limits. This place is crawling with lizards.
Ah, AT Corps' unmanned bipedal weapons, officially designated Irving by the US military. They've spread like wildfire among the PMCs. There are more of those things now in service than tanks. They've got tough armor plating and are highly agile to boot. Your best bet is to stay out of their sights.
Unmanned. Pretty soon they'll have put living, breathing soldiers out of work.
Even so, that's an awful lot of gecko for this scenario. Their numbers exceed the war price for that region. It must have something to do with Liquid's arrival on the scene.
You really think he's here?
You'll have to find the Army's operatives and ask them yourself. Oh, and Snake, I went ahead and used the Mark II to scout out the area before your arrival. You'll find it up ahead.
Mark II?
It's a remote mobile terminal. Sonny and I built it. The Mark II will provide you with a map of the area as well as any battle situation data. You should find it before you do anything else.
Okay, got it.
The rendezvous point is marked on your map. I'll be waiting for you there.
It's funny that Otacon says you need to find the Mark II when we already had the Mark II here, because this menu is the Mark II. If you look to the left, it says Metal Gear Mark II, but okay. I guess they intended the whole menu to be the Mark II, but then they give it to you before you find it. I don't know. I never understood that.
Snake, it's gonna be tougher to break through. It might be best to avoid that area altogether if you can.
Alright, time to zap people.
We're under attack.
Maybe they were experimenting with time traveling storylines before, you know, the other game that does it.
Snake, press the crawl button.
Yeah, if I remember
Rolling
too,
can
Silent
execute a
Fox.
roll. Rolling can help you dodge enemy attacks.
Won't be for a while,
and get
yeah.
past small gaps and obstacles.
Get the camel, distract the guy. There he is, okay. Once that guy's out of the picture, we can drop down. MGS4 just needed more environments, you know, like Act 1 and 2, especially 1, I think. Kind of a waste of good gameplay otherwise. Because you only really have 2 acts of actual sneaking around.
It's me, Snake. Snake, it's me.
Huh? Otacon.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Snake. Allow me to introduce Metal Gear Mark II.
Metal Gear.
That's right. Just like Rex.
Yeah.
But this gear's not a weapon. It's a remote mobile terminal designed to provide you with operational support.
Where are you?
I'm in the Nomad. Where else? I'll be watching you through the Mark II.
Wish I was good with gadgets.
Hey, I'll be with you in spirit. Anyway, because you had to dress up as a militiaman, I had the Mark II bring you some goodies. Starting with this.
Looks like an eye patch.
I call it the Solid Eye. It's an all-purpose goggle that displays radar images and other data in 3D. You can also switch it over to light-amplifying night vision.
The rebels are out there.
It looks like they've got the government's PMC troops beat, at least in numbers.
And this is their own turf.
Snake, I know this is a sneaking mission, but you'll need to protect yourself.
An operator.
I installed a suppressor. And here's a tranquilizer gun.
How thoughtful.
It predates the implementation of the system. By some miracle, it was never recycled. It's getting tough these days finding decent guns that aren't controlled.
You coming?
Of course. I'll follow you wherever you go, like this. I'll activate stealth so it doesn't attract any attention. If you need it, just bring up the start button menu.
Got it.
Snake, the informants who said they saw liquid here should be a little further up. Head for the rendezvous point. I've placed a mark on the radar in the upper right corner of the Solid Eye. It's a war zone out there. Stay on your toes.
Yeah, Snake, here's a $4,000 1911 that you'll never use. At least we'll use it in cutscenes, I guess. They call it an operator because it's a Springfield operator, but there's so many versions of that, and specifically finding this one these days is kind of hard. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Okay. I don't think it's about copyright, Silent Fox. This is literally called an operator If you go to Springfield's website, you'll see that there's a bunch of different versions. I guess they can't say Springfield, but they can use other like designations. Yeah, the manufacturer's name would be a bad idea. Retro Carnival with the 90 months, thank you. And Elite JKD with the 13, thank you guys. Welcome back, good to see you. Hey there, Maylene, good to see you. Who else do we have? Koala, welcome. Sons of Liberty, Legion. I'm just trying to go here by memory while I read the chat. Yeah, at least MGS4 has the best gun details in the series by far. Wow, I haven't dropped a single frame right now so far. Ursus with the 30 mods, thank you. I should probably take this off. We're just gonna end up using tranquilizer shit. Which is unfortunate because the gun details are there, but they're kind of wasted. I remember trying to do MGS4 runs with like one specific gun or maybe one specific category of gun as little challenge runs. Those are pretty fun. Faint, thank you for the 7 months.
Pretty sweet, huh? Whoa, hold it. Watch where you pointing that thing.
They make it seem like it's the monkey talking for like a second there.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. Voila.
You're not with the militia, and you're not PMC.
I'm a weapons wholesaler. All shapes, all sizes. But there's no need to worry, because all my shit's been laundered.
Laundered?
You see, I take ID guns like the PMCs use and make some mods. Then you can use them without having to match IDs. In other words, I'm a gun launderer. You can call me Dreben.
Dreben?
Yeah, they use that for all of us.
There are more of you?
All over the world. Not that I ever met any of them personally. Me, I'm Dreben number 893.
It's funny because there is an EN94 in this game, but it's completely useless. It's just there for the technology.
You need a guy like me. Consider it a welcome gift. Take it. The M4, the official carbine model used by the U.S. Army, developed from the M16 service rifle. This one's a top-of-the-line model, real popular with the big PMCs. High precision, not like that government issue shit. It's, free-floating, of course. Relax, that barrel's clean.
Is the hider CQC compatible?
The beauty of this sucker is that it's got a lot of customizable parts. Change it up the way you want to meet your everyday needs.
Flip-up sight, rail system. Not bad.
Yeah, well, you know, I get a lot of noobs around here. And if you need them, I got a wide selection of aftermarket parts as well.
The frame's pretty rigid. No rattle.
Go ahead, give her a squeeze.
I can't pull the trigger.
Really? That's weird.
What's weird?
Wait, I got it. I bet you're using an older generation of nanomachines.
Older generation?
Sometimes they don't really jive with the new system.
Seriously, who are you?
Whoa. Slow down. Oh, yeah. My day job's working at AT Security. I'm in charge of production control. So I get my hands on all the ID chips before they even register. Have a sip. It's a side of AT the public don't see. From the looks of it, you ain't with any state army. But you ain't exactly green, neither. You've got last-gen nanomachines. So I'm guessing former U.S. Army. I don't know what you're here for. But you want to be well-equipped, am I right? So, can we talk business or what? You won't regret it.
What's your take on Emoticon?
I don't particularly like the guy, but it looks like we'll need his help with those ID guns. Sonny's been doing a little sleuthing for us. Dreben, a well-known gun launderer in war economy circles. He's a businessman who deals mainly in selling black market firearms to small PMCs and local militia. Somalia, the Balkans, Lebanon, Darfur, Chechnya, Timor, Peru, the Punjab, Kashmir, Colombia. This guy really gets around.
How's he pull it off, anyway?
You can create a non-ID gun by replacing the ID recognition chip with a counterfeit version. This enables you to bypass the ID recognition process and use the gun. The problem is that there's still a record of the chip being replaced on the system side. Dreben's an employee of AT Security. He must have connections on the inside erasing records for him.
You think the Patriots are involved somehow?
I'm not so sure. If the Patriots were running the system from behind the scenes, then a weasel like Dreben would be a real pain in their collective ass.
Can he be trusted?
Remember, Dreben's a green collar. He makes his living off the war economy. He doesn't let emotions get in the way of business, and he never gets his own hands dirty. The only thing he trusts is money. I share your concern, but what if we keep him at arm's length? Use him only to get intel and the supplies we need. Keep it strictly business.
All right.
So, we ready to make a deal or what? Okay then, let's talk business. This is a war zone. There's product coming in here by the truckload. And you'll be picking up a lot of guns in the field, I'm sure. Whatever guns you don't need, I'll take and buy them off you. That'll earn you points you can cash in for services.
Like what?
I'll launder your ID guns, no more locks. And I can also sell you the guns I've got in stock. Let me show you. To ensure you can use non-ID guns, I'm gonna have to suppress the old nanomachines you got in you. Otherwise, they'll interfere with the system. Here, stick yourself with this. It's full of suppressor nanomachines. Relax. It won't hurt. You're scared of needles or something? See? No sweat. Now you can use non-ID guns, no problem. Hey, be nice to our guest. Step outside.
Boo.
There you see? No problem. From now on, when you pick up an ID gun that says lock, you just let me know. You name it, I can launder it. Of course, it'll cost you. The going rate depends on the war price at the time. Man, I gotta give this shit a rest.
Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself.
You might say that. What with the war economy and all, and the system clamping down on things. System codes are the law now, and control's essentially absolute, paving the way for fat profits if you're willing to bend the law. Demand keeps on growing thanks to the war economy. I sell ID guns to the PMCs and state armies, and naked guns to terrorist groups and paramilitaries. And these ID guns can't be sold on the black market. System's practically a license for us arms dealers to print money. Privatizing the military's made the PMCs big and bloated. And the fatter the PMCs get, the line between civilian and soldier is gonna get real blurry. Sooner or later, the whole damn human race is gonna be green collars. More like we're all gonna be fighting proxy wars. But hey, this war economy puts the food on my table. You're a green collar too, aren't you? Yeah, it's in your eyes. You've seen a lot of combat.
What makes you think you know me?
Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the same way. I grew up here too. I got no interest in the outside world. All right then. If you need me, holla. We specialize in speedy service. Catch my drift? I have you.
Whoa, we had a couple frames going on there. That's normal. Well, God, what's taken? Thank you for the 37 months. Box goes with the 70. Me Wars with the 3 months. Welcome back, guys. Thank you.
I know what you're thinking, but Dreben does have a point. The world depends on war, on the war economy. Can you imagine what would happen if war just disappeared overnight?
Otacon, you and Dreben both mentioned something about a war price earlier. What did you mean by that?
It's a kind of market price, one that fluctuates according to demand, not only for PMCs and military industry, but for the production, distribution, and energy supply networks that support them. It's been growing by leaps and bounds, and investors are really starting to take notice. As the fighting in any given area becomes increasingly
Yeah, we can make the game louder, yeah.
the war price goes up. No doubt Dreben's rates are linked to that war price. The longer and bloodier a battle becomes, the higher service prices are going to get. To put it another way, the quieter things are, the better the bargains. Snake, we'll use the Mark II to deal with Dreben from here on out. He's what you might call a street vendor. The Mark II can act as a kind of delivery boy, connect you with him. I'm adding a Dreben menu item to the Mark II's weapon menu. Whenever you pick up multiple units of the same weapon, any extras will automatically be sold to Dreben. Any ammo that's inside gets added to your cache. In other words, you keep the ammo, and the weapon itself gets traded to Dreben for points.
I see.
You can then use the points you've earned to unlock ID guns or buy new weapons.
Sounds good.
We should assume Dreben has other agents collecting guns for him besides you, Snake. You know, freelance green collars who collect weapons in exchange for services?
Guess I'll have to rely on him for now.
Okay. Now go meet up with our informants, Rat Patrol.
There's the M4 that we'll never use. And we'll use it for one thing.
Have to get to the other side of that collapsed building.
For Screaming Mantis. Yeah, the volume levels are annoying because it's like, I guess the codec is a little quieter and then the game gets loud and then I want to have to like talk over it. I don't know. And this guy's getting wrecked now. And one of these days I definitely want to do like either a weapon specific or like kill everybody permanent alert run where we use all the weapons. Because there's so many little gun details that kind of go unnoticed in this game. Somebody's developing the phantom pain in there.
Who's there?
Go away! I'm not done yet!
Ooh, that's a really loaded question, Captain Bench Press. We could talk about that for hours. But long story short is that once something gets not just adopted but developed upon and improved for like literally like what 50, 60 years now, it's really hard to replace. Even with the SIG MCX that they're trying out now, it's gonna take so long, if at all, you know. They want everybody to carry that because of all the development and improvements and the army logistics that went into it. I think we might need this. These guys might not like me yet. Okay, and then smokes. Blue smokes. And moist nugget.
Back me up.
Wait a second. I forgot to throw smoke. Okay. I mean, it's a good old debate about, you know, 5.56 ballistics and barrel length and whatever, and engagement ranges. So there's no single right answer. Like even in general, like what is the best gun? There is no answer for what is the best gun. It's like, what are you doing with it? And for like a military, you have to look at what engagement ranges are you looking at, right? So it changes with the environment and the times and whatever the war zone is. But it's kind of a shitty situation because like even something that is objectively better, just because it's better, you know, it could be more expensive, it could be more logistically prohibitive to adopt, it could be there's some whatever money going under the table going on. It's not just because something is better gets automatically adopted. There's so much more at play with those armored files. Oh shoot, Mei Ling, thank you so much for gifting the 5 subs. What are you playing these days? Are you still playing Peace Walker? Probably not. God, I've been like... I guess it's been a while since I streamed because of my internet. But hey, you know what? It would be nice if more people joined, because I'm gonna do... Okay, you still doing Peace Walker? Great. We should do some co-op. I'm definitely gonna play some Peace Walker after this. Like, okay, so today's stream is gonna take like 11-12 hours or something, because that's just MGS4 story run. But the next few days we're gonna go back to the Peace Walker save. So if you guys have Peace Walker on PS3, I'm definitely gonna play with viewers. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little spoiler. That's not really a spoiler, it's more of a technicality. To get every single bit of story content in Peace Walker, you have to do all the side ops. All of them. Because that unlocks something. So just because you finish the main story with the main missions, it doesn't mean that you got everything out of Peace Walker. In fact, Peace Walker starts shining when you get so deep into the optional missions that, you know, the difficulty goes up, the weapons that you develop are more advanced, and there's like an actual reason to use them, and you unlock things. You always unlock things the more
Drop your weapon.
Side ops you do. And so there's a lot to appreciate in Peace Walker, but it's kind of late into the game before you start appreciating the features and the advanced stuff in it. So a lot of people can't even get to that point.
Easy now.
And that's kind of what I started now. Like I started a new save where I want to get that deep into it and do all the optional and crazy stuff in it.
Don't move.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
Careful, I'm no rookie. I'm a 10-year vet.
Lurk time? Okay, we should have a lurk command. Enjoy.
How the hell did you ever survive 10 years?
Oh, fuck, shock. How did you survive 9 years?
CQC, real big boss, huh?
That should be the 10-year sub alert, though. How the hell did you ever survive 10 years? Dude, that's actually 9 years.
Lower your weapon! Slowly now. I wouldn't try anything funny if I
You should have waited for the next Phantom Pain stream to do it, dude. This is a 10-year vet. God damn. Thank you.
Snake? Snake?
Meryl.
Is that you? What happened to your face?
If Shock is at 9 years, it means that all the other people will follow soon. Because he was the first, so maybe you should change that alert.
They don't know the cause.
Oh my god.
Nanomachine, son.
Meryl, you're my informant in the U.S. military.
And you must be the inspector sent by the UN. Akiba!
Commander!
Sorry.
This is Rat Patrol Team 01. We're with the CID, one of the bodies investigating PMC activity.
First hounds, now rats. Here, you can have this back. What is your problem? You okay? Stomach pains? Diarrhea?
Do we really need flashbacks for that? Diarrhea.
It's been 4 days since Liquid arrived in the area. And since then, this woman's been with him. She doesn't look like a combatant. Probably some kind of advisor, maybe a scientist.
So, you're the commander of this 01 unit?
Why? Something wrong with that? Here, I'll introduce you to the team. That's Ed, our radio man and sniper. Sleeping giant is Jonathan. Don't stand behind him. He hates it when people go around his back. And finally... Johnny. Everybody just calls him Akiba.
Commander, I've finished installing the sensors. Whoa.
Okay, Akiba. Anyway.
You're all grown up.
Maybe it's because someone taught me well. A certain legendary hero who suddenly disappeared. You quit the unit. Me? I never gave up on you. Or on Foxhound. Back then, I just wanted you to accept me. I wanted you to turn around and see who I was. But I've put the past behind. I'm done playing little love games. So, what are you here for?
Threat assessment. The PMCs.
Really? Because I heard a rumor there's an assassin out there targeting their leader.
Well, that's some rumor. I'm only here because the UN wants me to assess the impact and effects of PMCs on their refugee protection efforts.
That's all?
More than enough for a retired vet like me.
I know he's plotting an insurrection. But as long as AT Security's system is in place, there's no way he'll succeed.
How can you be so sure?
They've implemented a system that monitors in real time every single soldier engaged in combat action, whether he's State Army or PMC. Each individual soldier has been fully ID tagged with nanomachines injected into their bodies for that purpose. The nanomachines keep track of the soldiers and their real-time personal data 24 hours a day. They monitor each man's position, movement speed, reserve ammo, firing accuracy, wounds, rations, water intake and supply, sweat secreted, heart rate, blood pressure and sugar levels, oxygen. All the data gathered on body condition, on sensory organ data showing pain and fear, data on every internal response within the body. All of it is collected by an AI at the system's core. This data is monitored at HQ to enable command to make quicker, more precise, more rational decisions. It also enables crisis management for each individual soldier. It's being used by the US military, by state armies in allied countries, by PMCs. Even police agencies are starting to adopt it. Unless they agree to implement the system, PMCs aren't permitted to send troops anywhere.
You've got these system nanomachines in you too.
Of course. Our unit plays by the rules, same as everybody else. It was creepy at first, knowing you're being watched 24/7, but I've gotten used to it. It gives us a lot of advantages in the field, too. We get a clearer picture of what's going on around us, so there's less confusion during missions. And our nanomachines communicate with each other, making teamwork a lot smoother. And that's not all the system does for us. It's also a security guarantee against the PMCs.
Security guarantee.
That's right. The PMCs are combat groups without states or ideologies. They're not fighting out of nationalism or for a cause. They don't care why the war is being fought. They're just bodies fighting on someone else's behalf. They're mercenaries, a commodity. So it's easy to imagine them betraying their clients by joining the enemy or refusing to fight, or committing humanitarian atrocities. To keep these things in check, they ensured that no one can use firearms or military vehicles without the proper system ID. It's true for every piece of equipment out there. So even if the PMCs tried to mount a terrorist attack or coup d'etat, their weapons and equipment would automatically be locked out. They wouldn't be able to move, attack, or engage in combat of any kind. And there's more. All the data on their position, personnel, and combat strength is leaked to us by the nanomachines. Even if they managed to circumvent the system by getting the nanomachines out of each soldier's body, they'd be losing their IDs in the process, so they couldn't use their weapons.
And the Patriots are behind this.
Lalilulelo, what are you talking about?
Never mind. So this system is foolproof, huh?
Completely. They call it SOP.
Sons of the Patriots.
The AI that controls it is a tightly guarded secret, both at Arms Tech Security, where it was developed, and at the Pentagon. There's no way a third party could get control of it.
I just met a guy who said he can launder ID guns. The system does have holes.
There can't be more than a few hundred of those gun launderers. It's just a grassroots movement. It's not like they can affect the entire PMC war machine. Anyway, Liquid would have had to register as a PMC in the system to assemble an army that massive. His PMCs might even exceed the US military in terms of numbers, but as long as they're registered, their soldiers' activities are constantly being monitored. So long as the US responds immediately when Liquid makes his move, we can take them down by force.
By force, huh?
When RSOC heard about Liquid's plans, they sent us to sniff around the PMCs. Even with this SOP keeping an eye on things, there are always trouble spots to deal with in the field. Disorderly conduct, disobeying orders, contract violations. We act as backup for the system by monitoring the soldiers. PMC inspections are always carried out on the battlefield. That's why we're authorized to carry and use weapons. We've lost 5 inspection teams in the past few months alone. They were all undercover inside Liquid's PMCs.
Then, if you got caught,
we'd be exterminated like rats. But we're smarter than that. We've been mingling with the PMCs, and after 3 months of searching God knows how many battlefields, we finally tracked him down. When we reported that we'd found Liquid, our superiors ordered us to provide the UN investigators with intel. But I didn't know it'd be you.
Didn't the Colonel tell you he was sending me?
Colonel? Don't tell me it's Campbell!
Yeah.
He put you up to this?
You didn't know.
You've gotta be kidding! You expect me to work with my uncle?
Meryl.
Shit! He's not my father.
So, you knew.
Yeah. Little violation of the need-to-know rule.
Then, why are you still calling him Uncle?
You're still calling him Colonel.
He's your father.
As far as I'm concerned, we're still uncle and niece. I will never forgive that womanizing piece of shit.
Meryl.
He, remarried.
Really?
His new wife's about my age. I hear she's even got a kid. It's as if he's given up on making up with his own daughter. Men. Selfish, egotistical pigs.
Commander.
What is it?
There's 20 of them. And they're not from that PMC praying mantis either. It's the Frog.
His private troops.
Oh, crap. This is not good.
Were you being followed?
No.
Akiba!
They might have seen the reflection off my scope lens. Whoa, wait. Hang on. You guys think it was my fault? Oh, no. Oh, it wasn't my fault, I swear! It wasn't my fault! Oh, man. Oh, look,
Dumbass! We're moving out.
Meryl, where's Liquid?
At a camp up ahead. I'll fill you in later. If we're still alive. Follow me.
God, Meryl just rides the fuck out of that slide forward. Ricky Strike, thanks for the 57 months. Resub. These are not the usual hours for the stream. I guess I started a little earlier today because, you know, MGS4 story run is so long.
Eye
Just wanna
contact.
get this done today.
These guys are with Liquid's private army. Shoot first, think later. We'll use the stairs and get out through the back door on the first floor. We'll change the route as necessary. I'm on point. Stay close. Got it?
Got it.
Akiba, breathe deep.
got it.
We've got a real live legendary hero with us. Try not to choke. Move!
I always thought the snake's grunt there doesn't sound like him. Doesn't sound like Hater at all. I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but okay. Let me get my stuff out. Smokes. Ranger 8 with 31 months. Thank you. I guess we'll use the shit barrel. Maybe put on some music. What little music we have in this. Everybody just waiting for Snake to look at his iPod. What do we have here? Chill.
Grenade!
God damn it. Desert Eagle to the head doesn't kill him. But here's the problem. I want to switch to the barrel, but I don't want to turn on off the music. Priorities. Them frames. Oh shit, actually kind of hurts because we had no metal cam in this. Okay, now we have to do the ship arrow. It's too useful. I always forget about these. Time to look at Snake's ass for a while. That also counts as crawling, I guess, so you're regenerating health pretty quick. Oh, how are you still up? Crazy grenade launcher bitches. Ah, shit. Oh shit, I thought I had the knife equipped. Ah, that's really annoying when you do that. Oh, thank you for coming back down. What? Oh god. I guess mid-animation. That was weird. Okay, so it counted, but she had to finish her animation first. What year is it in this game? 2014, but the game came out in 2008. It was the not so distant future of 2014 back then, you know?
Clear!
Clear!
And this song actually makes you regenerate health faster. So we can look at the scripted sequence that the next fight depends on. Not the amount of enemies, not the amount of kills, or anything. No, it depends entirely on Johnny shitting himself. Who doesn't want to see Johnny shit himself at 60 FPS?
Contact!
Here it comes.
Cover me! Clear!
Oh man, where's the bathroom?
Busted, just go over there!
I can't!
Betty!
Cover!
Clear!
Ed,
Start praying!
pray to who? God! Oh God! Commander,
But I can't hold it any.
Get out of the way! Akiba, get downwind now!
Imagine shooting Desert Eagle with one hand because it stinks. You had to cover your nose with the other hand. These are the key story elements, plot lines of MGS4. Never forget. Now we can move on. Now that Johnny's done shitting himself, we can move on. Never mind the sniper fire. Just put a whole bunch of these here. I just smoke myself more than anything. Oh wow. She missed me somehow. Oh, I didn't have the 5-7 in the save. Oh shit, what the fuck? Had him right on the shit stain.
Get up.
She kicked him too. Get the fuck down there. Speedrun method. Here we can see Meryl shooting the walls. What the heck, I didn't put enough mines there, I guess. It's okay, it's just a grenade to the face. Relax. I guess you can technically play this game on PS Now, but that's Not advisable. Like anything on PS now.
Jump already!
Now I gotta blame him. Yeah, this is on PS3. That's what it always comes down to. Like whenever people ask, "Oh, how do I play these games?" Just get a PS3. It's the ultimate MGS machine. Rip ears.
The nanomachine network inside each unit member's body lets us share each other's senses. They can see what I see. And it helps control pain.
Is that part of the system, too?
With SOP, my team can literally operate as one. Well, except for a certain someone who's not much of a team player. So, what do you think? Is your age of heroes finally over?
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
You haven't changed at all, Snake. But... your body... are you gonna be alright?
This getup doubles as a muscle suit. I can still get around.
Liquid's camp is up ahead. I'll mark it on your map.
Thanks.
Akiba! One man's blunder can compromise the whole team.
I'm sorry, Commander.
Be careful, Snake.
Otacon, I know where Liquid is.
Yeah, I'm confirming the location. It's to the north of where you are. Meryl's really changed, hasn't she, Snake? She's a lot more self-assured.
I wonder how much of that has to do with the system. The senses you used to develop through extended training and experience can now be obtained without even working for them. Seems once you're under the system's control, you don't even need experience at all. It even beats that VR training that was all the rage a few years back.
Yeah. The growing need for PMCs has led to the creation of a more reliable, cost-effective supply of elite soldiers. It's also made the child soldier phenomenon more problematic than ever.
Can the nanomachines do anything to counteract post-traumatic stress disorder?
Good question. They might provide a degree of psychological stability.
You'd think so. That geek kid, Akiba, he was really starting to lose it.
And technologically, the system should be able to optimize each soldier's personality traits.
And that big guy, he didn't seem to be feeling any pain at all.
Augmenting the soldier's existing experience and psychological fortitude.
But a soldier's gotta have more than that.
The times have changed, Snake. Just like Meryl. Snake, hurry to the PMC camp. Based on what Meryl told us, Liquid should be there.
Hey there, Phantom Cigar. Good to see you.
Okay, time to head for the surface.
Time to smoke everybody. If I can place these smokes correctly. Let's see. This militia guys probably don't like me still. Okay. Whole bunch of smokes in the next area. Chubby Monkey, thank you for 16 months. Death Stranding 2 leaked. Who cares, man? I don't care about any rumors until the games are actually out and you can play them. Who the fuck cares about anticipating something that you can't play? I never understood that.
Got my back?
I guess I learned not to get too excited, you know, but the time to actually get excited is when you have a new game in your hand and you can fucking play it. Then, yes, I'll agree. I'm curious and excited to see what it's about, but only then. Okay, we got some smokes placed correctly here. The last one is a little annoying. Come on. Alright. This game runs like shit. Kind of. It doesn't matter. It could be any rumors. It could be Death Stranding 2, MGS1 remake, MGS5 make, Chapter 3. Who cares if you can't fucking play it, man? You're just gonna disappoint yourself the more you speculate with people and the more you hype it up. Come on. And then it's not gonna be what you expect it to be, or what your community and, you know, all the talking does in terms of expectations. And then you're gonna be disappointed. Ask me how I know. No, I didn't say MGS5 remake. I said MGS5 make. You have to make it first before you can remake. Am I talking about Star Wars fans? Apparently. That applies to a lot of fan bases, you know? Especially when it's like people that don't really have a full picture of what it takes to develop a game and budgeting and, you know, choices and ideas that go into it and development process. The less you know about that, the more you speculate about how perfect the game is gonna be, and then it's not, and then, yeah. Scatman Phil Stick with 97. Thank you. Just be a boomer and play 20-year-old games here, right?
It can't be. Is that
Psychomantids? Hey NDR, we do play the 2D games, but usually as part of marathons. It's been a while since I've done those. Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear 2, also. I guess Ghost Babel would be a 2D game. Oh fuck. Why didn't I take my time? I don't know. Damn. You fucking destroyed me. Because that's the thing with MGS4 on extreme difficulty, like they actually fucking hurt. Especially since Konami made it impossible to get the metal camo, which is the body armor of this game. Now Metal Gear Mobile is in 2D. Fish and mailed. Like at least in MGS4, when they shoot you, they fucking hurt on extreme. Which is why I think MGS3 is easier than 4. The damage you receive on MGS3 is ridiculous in comparison. So the body armor in this game is a variation of the Octo Camo. It's called the Metal Camo. But it's a DLC that you can't get anymore because Konami fucking killed the servers. And even though there's been some people who brought them back on private servers, lately those have been gone too, last I checked. So that kind of sucks. So if you don't have it in your PS3 game data, it's not even the save data, it's like in the game installation files. I think I have it on another PS3. But not on this one. But yeah, basically there is no body armor in MGS4 otherwise. It's too bad for that one. It was an alert and a death. Because I didn't take my time to just get the camo there. Or actually, it's because I missed. All I had to do was not miss. Imagine old Snake doing like Twin Snakes backflips and shit. Oh fuck.
Hey you, get over here.
Yes?
We're having connection problems. Go check it out.
Yes, sir.
Otacon, wait here.
Metal Gear fans are about to discuss their favorite series. We're having connection problems. Go check it out. Yes, sir. Snake can't take a 30-yard shot, even with a handgun. You know that rifle we had earlier? Yeah. It's gone now.
Liquid.
This would be a pretty advanced but not impossible handgun shot, you know? But, I mean, he has a rifle. That's like nothing with a rifle. Now we just have to stare at him.
I knew it. Snake, you're here to kill Liquid, aren't you?
That's the mission. Are you going to stop me?
My mission is to inspect the PMCs. I'm not in a position to take action. All I can do is stand by and watch. I can't help you, understand? I'm a peacekeeper, here to keep order.
Understood.
I guess since they were going to come up with the fact that Ocelot was just merely pretending the whole time, you know, it wouldn't make sense for him to have Liquid's voice, because it's Ocelot's body, I guess. They kind of dropped and changed the whole, you know, mechanics from MGS2, where his voice changes. And actually, the funny thing is, it's one of the few cases in which in the Western release, in English, we got the intended experience with Ocelot's voice, and in Japanese they use Liquid's voice, if I remember correctly, because like the voice actor passed away or something. It's something along those lines. So before they explain something, they just completely change how it works, so it's not right even a real explanation of the thing in the first place. Same thing applies with Vamp, you know? They completely change the way Vamp's powers work, and then they explain it. Okay, yeah, totally. That's me when somebody says MGS5 is good gameplay.
Commander!
That guy with the rifle whacking the other guy is my favorite.
But these results... refreshing, don't you think? been too long. Liquid. Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all. Are free of the shackles of fate. Snake, brother, we are free. Watch, Snake. Watch as I surpass my own origin.
You know, I remember from my first playthrough, actually, if it wasn't for Snake saying Naomi here, I wouldn't have fucking recognized her. Like, what? It's one of the few things I remember from my first playthrough. It's like, oh, I guess that's Naomi because Snake's saying Naomi, but doesn't look anything like her from MGS4, you know, but okay.
If you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go. Fulfill your destiny.
Now, this game isn't locked to 30 FPS, but obviously most of the time it's not going to be able to do much more than, I don't know, 20, 30, 15. But in some areas, you can actually reach 60 FPS in this game. It really tries. Power of the cell. The title screen. Not even, because the title screen is the fucking, like, a scene in the graveyard. That's too much shit going on there. So, that's joke's on you, not you in the title screen. Like in super small enclosed hallways when there's nothing else going on and you're looking down, maybe. We'll see it happen a couple times. That one continuing alert. It's Moobot. That's what the geckos are. It's Moobot. You know? Makes sense now.
One, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, 15.
Wow, this thing is really quiet.
95, 84. Uncle Hal? The eggs, they're done.
Thank you, Sonny.
Snake!
So, back from the dead?
I don't remember the sun being so flat.
Sorry. I'll dig in right away, Sonny. And would you make some for Snake, too?
Okay.
Hey, none for me, Sonny.
I don't care, I just want to look around the Nomad. Give me that Mark II.
How long was I out?
Beheld Spider with the 36 months, thank you. Twice with the 18, thank you guys.
Someone saved my life.
Yeah. Could have been Meryl.
Look at those eggs. Ugh.
Don't worry. They're doing fine.
Liquid got away.
Whatever, let's go spy on Sonny.
My body heated up all of a sudden.
She's making Snake's eggs right now, and then adding the cigarette.
It looked like the PMC soldiers all got haywire en masse, too. I thought
Look at MGS4 PS3.
but I didn't detect any aberrations in the EM. You were lucky. Some of those guys' hearts.
He was there. Naomi was at Liquid's side.
Stiff plastic egg.
Did you see her?
No, but you're right. Naomi was there.
Still really cool where they modeled all this, you know? And the cigarette. She does put salt and pepper on it.
Let me show you something. Right after it all happened, I got a video from Naomi. It was sent to my old address.
I'm pretty sure you can get the gecko timer thing. It's a thing. Maybe it's rare now, or expensive, or hard to get. But they definitely had those back in the day as merchandise. Oh no, Sonny's here. Put the porn away.
You haven't even eaten any.
Yeah.
Grown-ups watch our caloric intake, you know. Ah, but thank you. I was looking for this.
You're not watching your nicotine intake.
Sonny! You really hurt her feelings.
Yeah. Why don't you teach her how to cook eggs then?
Oh, like I know how to cook.
PhD guy can't figure out how to Google how to make eggs.
The data's been quarantined, no viruses. The voice print matches Naomi's, and I'm fairly confident the video isn't digitally synthesized either.
It literally is.
Snake.
I don't know why the camera has to be so shaky.
I'm in South America. I've been
Like she makes it sound like she's in danger or something.
It's liquid.
I guess they're maybe fucking with them. I don't know.
Seize control of SOP, the sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers. To do that, he needs to
Oh, cool battery.
machine structure and find out how to communicate with one another.
Look how solid it is.
The nanomachines currently used by militaries and peace are fourth generation. Their design is derived from that of the first generation, and the basic technology is still the same.
First generation.
I was the one who created the first generation, a nanomachine company part of
I love how if you switch the camera back, you can hear the chicken in the background.
years ago at Shadow Moses. I injected it into your body, Snake.
I have better things to do, like looking at weapons. And Sunny's only pair of normal shoes that she refuses to wear for some reason. Yeah, that's kind of cute. They must have some children's books here too, and teddy bears, and the canon official, I guess, non-ID weapons. That's really all you need. That's all you should use. Too bad the M4 isn't here, but I guess it's different.
Naomi sent her location data in a separate file.
But you can definitely finish the game with just these weapons, maybe with the exception of the geckos and Shadow Moses, maybe.
This is data from the Soliton radar you used at Shadow Moses. I'm guessing Naomi
Sunny's
wants
egg
us to
memo.
know this truly is from her.
This is one of those Mark IIs with, I forget what they're, I thought it was a bull barrel one first, because that's kind of what it looks like, but they actually have an integrally suppressed,
Data she sent was 4D sound data.
like that model.
I don't know how Soliton radar works, but all I had to do was change the audio data into video data.
I forgot what it's called.
It was easy. This Naomi lady seems pretty cool.
It's Campbell.
Damn, Campbell looking good.
As you'll recall, following the Shadow Moses incident 9 years ago, Naomi was detained by the authorities. But someone arranged for her escape.
Yeah, I hear they added that to my rap sheet too.
I suspect it was actually Liquid. He must have taken her prisoner himself and forced her to do research at his facility in South America. Chances are, the location Naomi gave us is the site of Liquid's main base.
But there's no actual proof.
There's an ongoing skirmish between a new regime put into power by PMCs and a rebel army formed by remnants of the old one. The rebels have hired a small-scale local PMC of their own to stir things up. It's the quintessential example of a war economy market. The new regime is still in shambles, so it's really pure Ramamon, one of the PMCs under Outer Heaven control, that's calling the shots. You might say it's a perfect place for Liquid to make his haven.
Or it could be a trap.
True, but even so, the payoff would greatly aid our efforts.
I had Sunny trace the origin of Naomi.
It's called the Amphibian. That's what it's called. I forgot what it was.
Sunny was able to track the message back.
The integrally suppressed Mark II.
Access date timestamps, data transfer logs. Apparently, the message originated from a server in South America.
Adam
Wouldn't
L,
exactly
thank
call
you
it 100% credible.
for the 67 months.
Colonel, where's Meryl?
I know she left the Middle East in pursuit of Liquid.
Oh, did we bump into Arcot? Yep. We got a face cam.
Which leaves Naomi as our only lead.
I've secured you landing clearance at El Dorado International Airport. You'll be acting as a UN inspector.
South America. That's about 20 hours from here. Then what's the plan?
I'll arrange for them to get you a 4x4. The location Naomi gave us, the PMC's base, is in a mountainous region surrounded by forests. Use the 4x4 to get as close as possible to the PMC security perimeter. From there on, Snake, it'll be a solo sneaking mission.
Right.
Can you imagine if this was the Phantom Pain? Use the 4x4 to get closer. It's like an hour driving before you get to the mission. Yay!
The rebels are still pitched in battle against the PMCs. The commotion should help you slip into the facility unnoticed.
20 hours until we land. Got it. I'll have a look at the documents. Maybe I'll even have a smoke while I still can.
Simon. I've got the autogun face camo, right? That's cool. I'm gonna use it in Act 3. Yeah, you're not just driving for an hour, you're driving for an hour with those fucked up driving mechanics too. So that's amazing. And physics and slopes.
Colonel, how deeply are they involved in all of this?
The Patriots, you mean?
The data we got from Arsenal Gear was a load of crap. 12 founders who have all been dead for 100 years. Give me a break. We know they exist today. If the purpose of this battlefield control system is to control IDs, it fits in with their plans perfectly.
Seizing control of the world's ID systems and then using them to manipulate the economy and information flow. For the Patriots, that's the ultimate prize. You might say the Patriots are the embodiment of the war economy.
Everything that Solidus feared 5 years ago, it's all come to pass.
The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information.
Now, with the media and global opinion under complete control, not even the UN can stand up to them.
Then Liquid's insurrection is against them.
Exactly. It would seem as though Liquid has taken up Big Boss's cause. An age of persistent universal warfare. A world where mercenaries are free from domination. In a sense, the Outer Heaven Big Boss envisioned is already a living reality.
You mean the PMCs and their war business?
Right now, Liquid is a slave to the Patriots, forced to fight their proxy wars for them.
He must be dying to break free of their spell.
Beneath the surface, a new Cold War is brewing between Liquid and the Patriots over who will survive.
And no matter who wins, the world has no future. Until we stop Liquid and destroy the system, we'll never be free.
Snake, what we call peace is an equilibrium kept in check by the war economy. Destroying the system means wiping out the information society, the end of modern civilization. Like it or not, we may have no choice but to protract the system.
Snake, here's what we know about the current battle. Rebel guerrilla units are advancing on the base of the government PMC troops. That base appears to be Liquid's safe house. According to Naomi's data, she's being held prisoner inside the compound.
That's where she is.
Assuming the data is correct. And one more thing.
What now?
The government PMC troops have been operating at high altitudes. We have reports that it's starting to upset the balance of the nano-machine control system.
Meaning?
Meaning the low blood oxygen content seems to have an effect on their nano-machines, giving them a slight edge in battle. Be careful.
Steer clear of altitude sickness. Got it.
one.
Don't forget this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrades.
More guerrillas will be coming to storm the safe house. He must be among their numbers. Sooner or later, he will come. Don't let down your guard.
Otacon, what the hell?
That was Vamp. I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that face.
Those were PMC soldiers with him. Is he involved in Liquid's plan?
We watched him die in Manhattan. Damn it, he won't leave us alone. Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
I swear, the next time he shows up...
Not now, Otacon.
Right. I know. Snake, according to satellite imagery procured by Mei Ling, the facility where Naomi's being held is to the north, along a mountain road. I'm sending the location to your map.
Mei Ling? What's she up to these days?
Taking command of the Missouri, apparently.
The Missouri? That's a World War II battleship.
The museum contract in Hawaii expired some time ago. I hear it's now being used as a virtual training vessel.
No kidding.
Not for actual combat training, of course, but rather to get sailors used to seamanship on an analog vessel. Or so I hear. After the mess at Shadow Moses, Mei Ling kinda got put out to pasture.
Even so, making captain at her age, that's pretty impressive.
Rumor has it she caught the eye of some lecherous old admiral who got her promoted. She always did have a thing for older men.
Maybe it's too early to retire after all.
Thinking of taking a little training on an analog vessel, Snake?
No. At this point, I've got no need for any more training.
Fair enough. Listen, Snake. When you get there, remember, the conflict between the PMCs and the rebels has nothing to do with your mission. There's no reason for you to get involved or take sides. That said, creating some sort of impact on the battlefield could produce better conditions for sneaking. The rebels are targeting the facility being used by the PMCs as a base. This is more or less the same spot where Naomi's being held. If you aid the rebels, they might get rid of some of the PMCs and help carve a path for you to sneak in.
That freak I just saw, with the tentacles, was it using the same octo-camo system as my suit?
Yeah?
I thought that technology was of your own design.
Actually, I kinda based it on some designs Sonny snagged off the net.
And the data came from?
DARPA.
So in other words, we're on equal ground technologically.
Sorry, I guess I should have told you.
And by the looks of things, they know I'm coming too.
Yeah, it could be a trap. Stay sharp.
Chris Krangle, thank you for the 10 months, rather. Can we just quit and play MGS2 instead? That's kind of tempting, you know? That would be slightly less offensive to human intelligence right now. But yeah, let's bring back Vamp just so we can explain his powers with nanomachines and tape.
Get the weapons and let's move.
I'll go to sleep.
We got company.
Now that we took down enough PMCs, the rebels magically know. So, because they start out being hostile here because of
It's you.
the thing with Laughing Octopus there. But it doesn't really matter once you take down enough PMCs, they go back to neutral, like now. And that guy was probably like, yeah, I was attacked by old guy with boobs and tentacles. Okay, that makes sense. Can't get this guy. Holy shit. Dude. oh, I did get him. Okay. Lots of shooting here, sneaking uphill. Was an old guy with boobs. Sure, why not?
Hey, hey.
Oh shit. Oh well. Always a bunch of people come to check here.
Fire!
I don't have to worry about that guy. Joe Creek, thanks for the 34 months. Don't worry, Rose is coming to save the day. Ugh.
Snake, there's someone I'd like you to meet. A member of the mission staff. A psychological counselor.
Psychological counselor?
A lot of soldiers can't handle the stress of battle, end up panicking. She'll be useful in helping you understand the mindset of both the PMC and rebel soldiers.
She?
Rosemary.
Nice to meet you, Snake.
This is Rosemary. She used to work as a data analyst at the Pentagon, but moved to combat support during the Big Shell incident.
Yeah. She was in charge of Jack's files, wasn't she?
After that, she studied psychology. And now she's a counselor with CSP, the Combat Stress Platoon.
Yeah, I hear psychological counseling's the hot field these days. Increased combat efficiency and productivity, all without ever picking up a gun.
I'll be acting as your personal counselor on this mission. Since the passing of the new millennium, one of the most important issues facing today's military is the mental care of its soldiers. I can also provide advice on soldier psychology from a threat assessment perspective. Contact me anytime. I'll be standing by here at home with Roy, but I'm on a different circuit. The frequency is 147.79.
Her advice will have a positive effect on your psych gauge. Survival on the battlefield depends on your psychological well-being. Lose your cool and your body stops doing what you tell it to. Even a veteran soldier like you.
I know. Mind, body, technique. Some things haven't changed with time.
When your psyche is running low, ask her for advice. It'll help keep you in peak condition and focused on the mission.
By the way, Colonel, isn't that your house?
Well, yes.
Then the woman you married, the one that Meryl was talking about.
Is Rosemary, yes. Didn't I tell you before?
News to me. What about Jack?
Jack?
Jack, from Foxhound. Codename Raiden. I seem to remember him being engaged to Rose.
Oh. We lost all trace of him.
Jack's gone. I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose?
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
Now I see why Meryl was so disgusted.
Meryl said something about me.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
I see.
Colonel, you knew she was our informant in the Middle East, didn't you? Was it you who put her up to it?
Yes. I used my connections in the army to get Meryl the job.
You wanted your daughter someplace where you could keep an eye on her.
Look, everybody involved in the incident at Shadow Moses either lost their job and status, or in the case of Meryl and Mei Ling, got brushed aside. Meryl wanted to make a comeback, a difference. We can't all be as strong as you, Snake. Some of us can't bear living like pariahs.
Since Shadow Moses, I've been branded a criminal.
I think of it as my own small way of making it up to my daughter. My own flesh and blood. In any case, call Rosemary if you ever need advice.
Yeah, we'll definitely call her all the time. Yep, very useful. You get a total of 2 frequencies in this game, and one of them is fucking Rose of all people. Okay. Hey there, H-Sicky. Good to see you. It's good to be back and not have to worry about the frames dropping or the entire stream disconnecting, you know? But yeah, pairing the real Rose with Campbell is probably one of the most random things. I have a strong feeling they did it just specifically to confuse people even more, because obviously Rose was involved with, you know, the Campbell AI to some degree. So I don't know. One of the most random things they could do. And then they go and tell you that Campbell was Raiden's commanding officer. What? I can't get over that.
Who is this?
Snake.
That voice.
There's an ambush ahead. Government and PMC troops. You could be shot from anywhere. Watch your surroundings. Look to the distance.
Is this Jack?
Jack is dead. Snake, I'm at your side.
Don't worry, Snake. I'm cool now.
Oh, you again. What's going on? Oh, it's you again.
And for best guard in the game. Ooh, can win 103 months. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Damn, that's crazy. Alright, here's the best guard in the game. With the best situational awareness. The Snake just looks at him. Okay. It's okay, he'll go to sleep. Do I agree? You mean the fact that we're just merely pretending to protect whatever, Rose and Raiden's son from the Patriots? Even if they were pretending, they just put them together in the game to some degree, and it's still one of the most random pairings I can think of. Let's see, let's get some sort of explosive here. And then that call where she explains that Campbell was Raiden's commanding officer, but Jack just avoided him. What the fuck? And then Snake doesn't say anything about that. Can I get this guy? Okay. Blows up. So the power dies, and the next area is not gonna have any enemies. So to me, it's kind of worth it. You can just run past.
Yo, over here. You. Come on, hop in. It's getting rough out there. I don't think so. We meet again.
You've been following me.
You seem like an interesting guy, so I decided to check you out. Sit down. A lot of legends about you out there in the intel community, especially in the CIA. You know those nanomachines I injected you with back in the Middle East? They let me track your location. Figures. The B&Bs are here. Things are about to get hairy.
B&Bs?
You never heard of them? They're Beauty and the Beast. Together they're called the B&B Corps. They're a squad of enhanced female soldiers, belong to the PMCs. Anytime there's a mess that needs cleaning up, they're on the scene leading the elites.
That's a female?
Probably freelancers hired by the PMCs. They're run out of a separate parent organization. Guess it's time for good old Dreben to let you in on a few things. Ever since you showed up in the Middle East, the B&B Corps has got orders to kill. Their #1 priority is to eliminate some guy on sight. A guy named, Solid Snake. But from where I'm sitting, Old Snake seems a little more appropriate.
Old, huh?
Cheer up. That's the bad news. Word on the street says that beneath those ugly-ass suits, the B&Bs are real babes. Drop dead gorgeous. They also say each one of them's been traumatized by war. Badly. They weren't even soldiers to begin with, you know. More like victims of war. They suffered shell shock on the battlefield. Post-traumatic. It damaged their minds pretty much beyond repair. So the only way they could cope with the reality of battle was to become war machines themselves. The remnants of their human side are buried deep within. The beast, that's what you see on the outside. War transforms a snake into to beasts.
War transforms us.
But deep within that shell, something human survives. A fragile, scarred heart. Without a shell to protect it, it's like the yolk of an egg. Word going round is their natural flesh and blood bodies can't survive in the open for more than a few minutes. And they've been convinced that by killing Snake, their minds will be cleansed. They think it's gonna free them from all the pain, and all the fury, and all the sorrow. Which makes these babes pretty much obsessed with killing you. 4 B&Bs have been identified so far. The one you just saw was Raging Raven. There's also Laughing Octopus, a master of mimicry, and Crying Wolf. She runs on 4 legs. And finally, the mistress of mind control, Screaming Mantis.
Mantis?
Yeah. There used to be a guy by that name in the US military. A Russian psychic. He could control people's minds. I guess she inherited the title. She keeps the other B&B's minds in check with her powers.
Octopus, Raven, Wolf, Mantis.
You got it. They're the Snake Hound unit, and they've got you in their sights. Shit. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Dreben. I thought no one was supposed to be able to hack into the system. Are you with the Patriots?
No, sir. I ain't no lale-lule. I mean, I'm no patriot.
You can say Patriot. I guess that means you're clean, right?
The nanomachines I got in me are different from the military kind. No speech restrictions for me.
The hell are these Patriots? Are they human?
Not anymore, they ain't. They're the law of this world, created over the course of history. They're what holds this world together, keeps this whole mess in check.
We are formless. We are the very discipline and law that Americans invoke so often.
They messed up the quote.
The Patriots are America, the world's greatest military power. They are the war economy. Which makes you and me just cogs in a much grander schematic. I mean, someone obviously had to start the whole thing at the beginning. But now their law has taken on a life of its own.
A life of its own?
Yep. The country, the war economy, it ain't run by people. It's run by the system. No need for high-level decision-making authority. It's all handled by a massive, yet simple information processing system. An AI. It works just like natural law. The world's a much simpler place than most folks realize. Every aspect of the Patriot system is closely monitored by 3 peripheral AIs and a core AI that ties them all together. The SOP system is one part of that. It's all backed up by a foolproof control system. So not even yours truly can sneak inside the Patriots' AIs.
What if, hypothetically, someone found a way?
If they could fool the IDS. I guess they could use it as a haven to lay low.
Haven?
You know, like a tax haven. In the internet society, we have net havens, data havens. A haven is someplace where social conventions and the rules of the net don't apply. Back in the 20th century, the super rich would open bank accounts in countries without income tax laws. Not a bad way to evade paying taxes. Now we've got us a society where everybody's DNA and personal info is totally controlled by the nanomachines inside their bodies. Won't be long before people start using havens to escape from ID control. I guess you could say my gun laundering kind of borrows from the Haven concept, after a fashion. Even so, good luck finding a way to access the Patriots AIs from the outside. It's absolutely impossible. No chance in hell. Like I said, there's no breaking into those AIs from the outside.
But Liquid's got something in mind. You sure there's no way?
I'm just a gun launderer. Only reason I'm interested in you is because you start a lot of fires. All right then. You need me? Just give me a ring. Go on. Get your ass back inside. Now! I have you.
I really don't think Big Boss was one of Philanthropy's biggest contributors, you know? Solid Snake 88, thank you for the 34 months resub. Oh, you're gonna go and open that can of worms? Is it safe to say that MGS1 and 2 are the only real MGS games? Yes! But that will hurt the PP of all the people whose favorite is MGS3, you know?
You again.
So you gotta deal with that. So Shimitsu with the 62 mods, thank you.
So that's where you were.
Oh, you again.
This is the perfect conclusion. Yeah, let's just change everything and then explain it with nanomachines. No plot holes. Yeah, it's funny you say that as we reach this part with this call. Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer. But Jack just avoided him. Fuck, we're in the wrong way. I wonder what kind of game Kojima played where the real Campbell was Raiden's commanding officer. Somewhere, somehow. But okay. That Snake has absolutely nothing to say about it. In fact, he says, oh, I'll keep my mouth shut.
Snake, can you hear me?
This is Jack, isn't it?
I am Raiden. Jack is no more.
Where are you now?
I'm right beside you.
Raiden, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing?
On a mission. Finding something. For someone.
Finding what?
The corpse. Of Big Boss.
What?
I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location.
Liquid?
No. The leader of a small resistance group. Her followers call her Matka Pluku.
Matka Pluku? Big Mama.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
Wait, what about Big Boss's body?
It's with her now.
Her?
What's going on, Snake?
Rose, I just got a call from Raiden. It sounds like he's close by.
Jack?
Yeah.
Did he seem okay?
Yeah, as far as I could tell from his voice.
Really? That's great. Snake, I have a favor to ask.
What?
Don't let him know I'm involved in this operation, okay? I think it would be best to just leave him alone for now.
What happened between you and Jack?
After the Big Shell incident, he became unstable. Memories began to resurface from his childhood when he fought for Solidus in the Liberian Civil War. And in the midst of all of that, the baby we had together, it hadn't even been born yet. Jack slowly stopped coming home. And when he did, he'd be dead drunk, sometimes covered in cuts and bruises. Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer. But Jack just avoided him.
What?
I was all alone. And Roy was so kind to me. He's the one who encouraged me to become a counselor. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I needed to get over it. To move on with my life. I'm worried about him, of course, but I'm also afraid of him.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thank you, Snake.
Yeah, that's all Snake has to say about that. Okay. Absolutely nothing strange about that. Crimson Light Bull, thank you for the 39 months. I don't know how many times both Campbell and Raiden have to retire and how many times Fox Sound has to be disbanded. But somehow, it was his commanding officer. Okay. Fucking game did Kojima play? I don't know. I want it. Play this. Thank you for the 71 months. King Tiger 5 with the 19. Thank you. Fucking blade of grass. Oh, there's a Raiden AI. Somebody make a YouTube video out of this. Don't forget the bright thumbnail with a white outline and your face going, oh.
Hey.
To put on YouTube.
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably going to use it to bust their way into the mansion.
Come on, guys, get in position.
And it might get you inside the compound.
Go, go, go!
We have our volunteer. Oh, oh, oh. Oops. Oh no, how did that happen? F. Am I the real Gray Fox? No, I'm actually Gary Fox.
Proceed immediately. Infiltrate the place and find out where she is.
That was an accident. Oh, hold on, I need stun grenades. Gary Fox.
Kill them all!
No time to fap today. To Akina. Time to play Call of Duty in this cutscene. This is on an actual PS3, as you can tell by the amazing frame rate. Man, I need to buy like a new CPU or something before I start messing with PS3 emulation. I haven't built a new computer in so long.
Then we'll have to make a lot of changes.
I don't care, give me that Call of Duty first person view for some reason, I don't know.
We'll need another go at it. That won't be a problem. Yes. I've taken care of it. Yes, I understand, but...
And I haven't been keeping up with hardware news in years. I had to do some more research again. That's nice to know, Cody. Thank you. I figured it would be the case. Wow, we FPS now.
The next test.
Naomi.
And things on your end? I see. We're on schedule here as well. I know. Me too. Until then.
Snake ass shot.
Naomi.
Snake. I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate. I haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years?
9.
And Dr. Emmerich, is he with you?
Why?
I thought he'd be the only one able to open the mail I sent. Not many people could recognize 4D sound data in a Soliton radar file. How is the good doctor?
Otacon's fine. He's the same as ever.
Otacon? I see.
Who were you just talking to?
Liquid. Although I suppose he's really Ocelot, from a medical standpoint.
I thought he was here.
He's not, at the moment.
Where are all the guards?
They know I won't escape. I'm powerless to resist. I have no choice but to cooperate.
Naomi. What happened in the Middle East?
What you saw was the soldiers' emotions run amok.
Another product of the system.
You don't trust me?
I'm not sure yet.
And if I answer your question?
Let's hear it first.
Liquid. We thought the SOP was an ID control system designed primarily to maintain order and control in battle. And we were right. But only partially. SOP had another function. To control people's senses. The nanomachines inside soldiers' bodies adapt to different conditions, promoting the release of neurotransmitters, hormones, and stimulants, giving them an edge in battle. They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres. It's all controlled by the system's core AI. It artificially controls the soldier's pain, emotion, senses, in other words, the essence of his being. The skyrocketing demands of the war economy have fueled the demand for more soldiers and more fighting. This in turn led to the development of technologies to rapidly improve their combat abilities and control their actions. The system ensures a steady supply of battle-optimized soldiers at a minimum of cost. But you, of all people, must understand, Snake, that unlike combat technique, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They must be earned through experience.
Does this have something to do with that test of yours?
The goal was to release the soldiers' nanomachines from the system, but we didn't know about the mental control.
And the nanomachines went berserk?
No. Our test was a success. At least it confirmed our hypothesis at the time. Just as we predicted, the nanomachines stopped functioning, and the PMC soldiers were freed from the grips of the system. But the moment the system stopped, all the pain and fury and sorrow, all the trauma and stress, all the hatred, regret, guilt, all the sensations that had been suppressed were unleashed within their hearts. Their memories, unlike their senses, weren't erased. Each enemy soldier they'd killed, each lost comrade, each threat of violence against the innocent, every act of war they'd committed was etched firmly in their hearts. In suppressing the user's mind, the nanomachines exact a heavy burden on his heart. The user's body rejects the nanomachines. This reaction must then be suppressed with drugs. Before the user knows it, his mind is in complete shambles. Snake, remember Frank?
Frank Yeager. Gray Fox.
They twisted his body for their experiments and nullified his broken heart with nanomachines. SOP has taken it even further and applied it to living human beings. The sins of war these soldiers carried inside them returned to assault them in the form of unimaginable shell shock. The meaning in the system may have changed, but the battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down. Ordinarily, our hearts are hardened through experience. Even the most grizzled veterans live with an inescapable guilt they've had to overcome bit by bit through the years. And even then, it never truly goes away. For a mind lacking that essential experience, it was simply too much to bear.
But what about me? I've never been under the system's control.
That's why I want to examine your body. You need to know too. All right, Snake. Undress. Snake, what's gotten into you? Hurry up. Oh my God. Snake.
All right, let's just get this over with.
And I just realized there's a mirror in here, but I never looked at it during gameplay. Is this still there during gameplay? I feel like it's not there.
Snake, do you remember what I
We'll
told
look
you in
around.
video mail about the first generation of nanomachines?
The ones you stuck me with at Moses.
Yes. The nanomachines are recharged by your body heat. They won't stop functioning until they're all extracted. Or until you do. Most of them were lost through bleeding and excretion, but around 30% still remain inside your body, attached to your cells, not finished yet. The first generation were never ID registered, so they don't react in the same way as the SOP nano.
Even Metal Gear Survive is her fault.
They may be interfering with your body and with your heart.
So, does the aging have something to do with Fox die too?
No. Your telomeres were intentionally set up to be short, regardless of the age of the original. One of the genes that inhibit reproduction and aging, the Clotho gene, was intentionally mutated as well. But more importantly, your chromosomes, like liquids, were provided with terminator genes to prevent them from making copies.
Why?
Your clones created for one purpose: war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease, faulty research, or Fox die. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
They should have put another shot of Laughing Octopus on the ceiling there when you look up. But I really don't think that mirror is there. I'm gonna look around now. I think it's only there for the cutscene. The Dream, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. And Phoenix707 earlier with the 15. Thank you.
The truth, Naomi. How long is my body gonna hold out?
Your cells, blood, organs, nerves, skeletal system, muscle tissue.
Dick.
Every part of your body is aging rapidly. An ordinary man wouldn't even be standing by now. Snake, the only thing keeping you together is the strength of your will.
How long do I have?
Half a year.
That's okay. Just show me your boobies and it'll go back up. See, Snake lists some of his psyche right now, but all you have to do is look at her cleavage and...
Don't. Snake. There's something I have to tell you.
That's better.
Now what?
You and I both know your body is approaching its limit. But when I said half a year, I wasn't talking about your lifespan.
What do you mean?
We can't get rid of the Fox dye in your body completely. At this point, it's circulating within you like a normal virus.
Yeah, so?
Listen to me. Fox dye only kills its victims when the infected person's genetic code fully matches the genetic sequence programmed into the virus's receptors. In other words, it only attacks targets with specific genes.
I know. That's what killed the AT president. And Liquid.
Snake and the figure Ligma has evolved into Sugma.
And at the same time, it's set up to protect those not designated as targets from the virus's harmful effects. Here, I'll show you. The receptors on the Fox dye inside your body are breaking down. The rapid aging process is changing the environment within your body. As a result, the virus is starting to mutate.
Hey, Zombie Owl, thank you.
Are Fox dye in its original form. The ones on the right I took from your body. They're already mutated. The receptors, they're wearing down.
Meaning?
This mutated version of Fox dye could activate even if the infected person's genetic pattern doesn't perfectly match the receptors. Which means the virus is becoming indiscriminate about what type of target it kills. Ever since Shadow Moses, Foxdie has been breeding continuously in the nanomachine colony inside your body and dispersing into the air. But there are no more targets to attack, so there haven't been any more outbreaks. However, if the receptors continue to wear down, it'll become a killer virus that attacks untold numbers of victims.
What if we kill them all? Remove them from the body?
There are no antibodies either. I don't know what percentage of the receptors have to break down, or how many people will be targeted when that happens.
Whatever!
But what is certain is that people will begin to catch Foxdie through airborne transmission. It'll start with those closest to you. Then, one by one, they'll lose their lives. The part of the virus that distinguishes between individuals will start to break down in about...
half a year.
No. 3 months at the most.
3 months?
Ironic, isn't it? You've spent your entire life saving the world from Metal Gear, from nuclear annihilation. And now, you're becoming a doomsday device yourself. I can't predict exactly how devastating the epidemic will be. Whether just 1% of the human race could unlock the broken receptors, or whether we all can. In either case, 3 months from now, you'll be a walking biological weapon. If it were up to me, you'd be quarantined already.
You can tap X when the psyche goes down. You regain a little bit of it.
I know. You still have a job
So
to do.
that was me doing it manually. Doesn't really matter though.
You have 3 months. Still enough time to think once all of this is done with.
And if I choose death first? Will that stop Foxdie from spreading?
When the host dies, the virus dies with it. Snake, tell me one more thing. Have you been to a hospital lately?
Yeah.
While you were there, did they give you an injection?
Don't they always?
Take a look at this. These came out of your body as well. It's a new strain of Foxdie, one I've never seen. Someone must have put them in you recently. Do you have any idea who?
Him.
The new Foxdie strain is starting to multiply rapidly.
What's in it?
I can't say for sure. I'll need to do some more tests. Here, take this. It contains the same substance the soldiers' nanomachines secrete inside their bodies. It's a drug that inhibits the nanomachine's ability to regulate the senses. The nanomachines inside the body malfunction when the system interferes with them. It triggers a reaction in the body, which is why you're having the seizures. Give yourself a shot whenever they get bad. It's potent, so use it sparingly, unless you want to end up an invalid. It may restore your psyche for a short while, but use it too often and the amount restored will start to decrease. I've been a fool. I let myself drown in my nanomachines, and now I'm trapped by them.
You said yourself we mustn't allow ourselves to be chained to fate.
I can't slip free.
Then I'll free us both. Where's Liquid?
I can't tell you yet. Not until you free me.
Do we know?
Liquid left here last night.
Where was he headed?
Those are my terms. I can't leave this place of my own will.
What are you talking about?
I'm being watched. Liquid has altered his plan. Removing the system will only cause his army to collapse from within. So he's chosen to seize control instead. Liquid's objective is to hijack the SOP system. He'll use it to create the ultimate army of perfect soldiers and launch his insurrection against the Patriots. There's a name for his new plan. He calls it Guns of the Patriots.
Guns of the Patriots?
This place isn't safe. Come with us. This way.
Now I'm pretty sure that that mirror in the cutscene is not actually there during gameplay, and if it is, it's not functional. It's just kind of disappointing.
You're surrounded,
But
Snake.
we'll look around
You'll have to break
in a
through
bit.
to go after Naomi. Take out those enemy soldiers and clear a path.
You there? Huh? What?
Everybody go to sleep. Trying to figure out what it was. It's okay, Naomi has a foldable mirror she took with her. It was like here, I think. Like next to these machines. There's no fucking mirror here. No, there's no mirrors anywhere in this room. I'm pretty sure. It was cutscene magic. Was it this thing? Oh shit. Oh, it gets... Look, it's like destroyed now. Maybe it gets destroyed in the cutscene where they start shooting around. Conveniently. But even the little pieces of glass are there, you know? They don't reflect shit. Delvin Dragon, thank you for the 82 mods. We solved the mystery of the mirror, I guess. Okay. That's cool. I never noticed that before. Yeah, too much gameplay.
People suffering. People hurting. People dying. It's all so fucking hysterical. Laugh with me.
Now, thank you for the 36 mods. Fat with me. I mean, what? Let's see if we can get a nicely placed railgun shot. And then, okay. Okay. I wonder where she is.
Snake, come here.
That seems like a trustworthy guy. That's Otacon. She's on the floor now, yeah.
Naomi? But why? It's another mimic! Watch out, Snake!
Charging this thing is a pain. Okay. You like a 3-point maneuver. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's ugly. God damn it. Oh, she's up there. Look at that health. Let's see if we can avoid using the ration. Hi. Oh, come on. Couldn't get the last railgun shot either. I wanted to do that. It caused me to ration, but whatever. I wanted to do slasher. We'll do this fight just the way Kojima intended it, don't worry. Especially if you keep in mind the fact that he wanted them to be naked for this.
I am an octopus. An 8-legged beast.
Yeah, just either mute your stream or just open porn on another tab. It makes more sense. It's easier to explain.
Are beyond my control. Their will is the will of the battlefield.
Hey, Zitalp, thank you for the 46 months. Look at these shots. Thank you, Kojima, for these camera angles. Nah, that doesn't count as a kill.
Funny. So funny. It's all so funny.
So when they're in the beast form, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count as a kill. But if you take their sight gauge, it gives you the little doll to unlock the solar gun. That's the only difference. That's the only reason you would ever take them down non-lethally as beast.
I shouldn't be laughing. I can't.
Ether Shulk, thanks for the 39 months.
I'm not laughing. Not laughing at all. I shouldn't be laughing.
Quick camel toe shot. Yes. Thank you.
I'm really scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry I laughed. I'm sorry. I won't laugh anymore. I can't.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got a couple frames not going where they should be going. Okay.
I don't want to.
I don't fucking know. Alright, so the intended experience that Kojima had in mind for this.
Throw at you next. Watch out!
Yeah, the dolls you can just look at them on the plane, but if you have all of them, when you finish the game, you can you get the solar gun on New Game Plus. Just this. So we already have it. Doesn't matter. Let's see. It's a nice picture. Wait, do I have the camera in this? That's actually a good question. We do. Oh, we do. Okay. So we just take a picture. Wait. Oh, I need another controller to do that. I forgot. Okay. So for science, we gotta take another controller. Okay, R1 on the second controller. Close enough. Just taking some pictures. Ah, that's a good one. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. This requires some timing. We take one of his arms down. Let's see. This is the way Kojima intended to play this boss fight, I'm sure. And then... Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to press R2 and R1 on the two controllers. Let's see. Fuck, I messed up. Fuck! Ah, shit. Hold on. How does this work? I have to be quick. Ah, damn it.
Laugh with me.
The timing was correct, but the aiming wasn't. Shit. We're just waiting for the very interesting sound direction in the next area. Here it comes. If I ever meet Kojima, I will ask him about the sound direction and the sound effects in this area here. What did Kojima mean by this? That's why I said just open form in another tab, it's easier to explain. I need an assistant holding the second controller to do this. Okay. Wait, can I take pictures in first person? Nope. That sucks. Okay. Nope, that didn't go as planned. What did Kojima mean by this? Since we do have the camera on, she starts doing all the different poses. Okay, this is very story relevant. So Fuzz, thanks for the 84 months. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. There you go. Can't get too close to her unless we glitch her. Let's see. Alright, fuck it. You're getting glitched. Tico, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Hold on, we need to take this off actually. We don't have time to do everything like the dance and all the poses now because I'm trying to take pictures of other things. Yeah. I guess we only need a few seconds to make her dance towards the end. We can do that. I just want to get a nice shot of tactical fisting action. Nah, she jumps away too quickly. Oh wait, I know what we can do. Hope we have enough time for it. Oh shit. Okay. Get off me. I'm not gonna fuck around with every single one of them, we're just doing it now. So the stream should only be about 11 to 12 hours. Alright, hold on. Get the camera back. And... damn it. I can't quite do it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, that was too hard, I guess. Little Mac with the 51 months, thank you. Noble Fever with the 20 months, thank you also. Snake went a little too hard on her, I guess. Yeah, I want to see what the recording session for that background noise was like. That still doesn't count as a kill. If you let the timer run out, it doesn't count as a kill. Even though they die, we didn't kill her. Yeah, the time ran out. Now they all do the same thing. They're literally all the same, even their bodies. They're just copy and pasted. They just change their heads, which is not the case if you look at, obviously, if you look at them in real life, like the models. They're all a little different, but in the game, they just copy and pasted their bodies and changed their heads. So they all have the same exact body, which is kind of disappointing considering that they're supposed to be based on real models, you know? It's only really just their face. Kojima wanted them to be naked, so... Yep. Imagine that. Maybe if they were naked, they would have bothered to make different bodies for them. Damn it. Kojima's vision.
Looking good today.
Dreben, what do you want?
That's cold, man. And here I was about to tell my very best customer about face camo.
Face camo?
Oh fuck, I forgot that Dreben stories existed.
Shell. It utilizes the
Never
same
mind.
kind of technology as your octo camo suit. Using the two together can get you even better results. I'd hang on to it if I was you.
Doesn't fit. It's not my size or shape.
Yeah, looks like it could use a bit of tailoring before you can sport it. Not my line of work, but... ain't you got a buddy who specializes in that kind of thing?
Somebody's done their homework.
Hey, it's my job.
Is that the real reason you injected me with those nanomachines? To spy on me?
I prefer the term customer data management myself.
Dreben.
Relax. It's strictly confidential. I ain't gonna share it with anybody.
Then what did you mix a virus in with the nanomachines for?
Virus?
A certain virus was detected in my body. Are you saying it wasn't in the nanomachines you injected?
Look, you do know there are other folks who could have done this to you. And besides, what would I gain from infecting you? Better for me that you're out there kicking ass on the battlefield. I was watching you, Snake. You're a real piece of work. Never thought I'd meet the man who could take down Laughing Octopus single-handedly. She just kept on laughing. Now why do you suppose that is?
Something in her past.
You got it. She's from a village in Scandinavia. Little seaside hamlet known to all the locals as the Devil's Village. Place wasn't known for devils, though. It was known for octopus. See, this was one of the few places in Europe where they ate octopus customarily. Anyway, there's this cult of crazies who for some reason hate the village. With
10 out of 10 writing.
Then, when she was just a teenager, things get bad. These nutcases get their hands on some weapons and attack the village. Overnight, her sleepy little fishing town becomes a war zone. They round up all the villagers and execute them one by one. Except for that girl. They had something else planned for her. Something a whole lot worse than dying. Calling her the devil's child, they forced her to do the kind of thing you'd expect from one of Lucifer's own. After they made her torture her family and friends, they made her kill them. The whole time they were forcing her to laugh, howl like some sort of demon. Like she was enjoying it. What was she gonna do? Say no? They'd kill her too. So she let fear take control and did exactly as they told her. She butchered the bodies of the ones she loved and laughed while she did it. And as she bathed in their blood, it gradually turned from deep red to jet black. To her, it looked like the ink of an octopus. The experience scarred her deep. Ever since then, she hasn't stopped laughing. Only, that ain't really laughter.
Why are you telling me this? You expect me to feel sorry for her?
No. I know you got no room for that stuff in your world. And besides, this is war. Right? In a way, though, I guess it was the right thing to do.
What was?
Fighting you cleansed her mind. All right, enough chit-chat. There's other beasts out there in them woods. Watch your back.
God, make it stop. Cool AF man with the 41 mods. Hey, cheers. Good to see you. Thank you. Ah, shit, I'm trying to press start on the second controller now. I need to get this controller out of here before I get confused. Because we're going to have to put the controller down and pick it back up so many times during MGS4, you know? What great writing. There's some cult of crazies who for some reason hate the village. Anyway, they get some weapons and things get bad. What the fuck? You can really tell that, yeah, Kojima had to write that now that Fukushima's gone. Louis, thank you for the 79 months. Time for Raiden to be cool. Teach Snake how to track. And be a cool mentor figure for Snake. Yeah, totally. Feet flashback.
Snake, have you lost sight of the target? Whenever something moves, it leaves a trail behind. Track and find Naomi's trail.
I'm not like Big Boss. Tracking isn't my strongest suit. When did you get so good at it?
After saving Sonny, I drifted around the globe. In Alaska, a tribal elder taught me some scouting techniques.
Drifted? You never went back to see Rose?
Rose? She doesn't exist. No. Rose and I live in different worlds, different times. Her world has no place for someone like me. My place is here on the battlefield.
Huh.
Listen, Snake. Scouting is based on the principles of hunting. There are two fundamentals: awareness and tracking.
Awareness?
Awareness refers to locating a trail by paying careful attention to your surroundings. Tracking means to follow that trail. Your target's trail could be footprints, a branch they broke along the way, bent grass trampled underfoot. You need to feel for clues using all your senses. Sound, smell, touch, the direction of the wind. Watch how the animals move. Listen for unusual bird calls. These are signs that someone may be disrupting the environment nearby.
You sound like a ninja.
Exactly. Ninja are the ultimate scouts. If your enemy is a skilled scout, they'll be doing the same thing. You may be the hunter, but you are also the hunted. To avoid enemy detection, move slowly, little by little. Don't disturb the air around you. Try to make as little noise as possible. Your pursuers will be doing the same, trying to sneak up on you without a sound. If you can't pick up the trail with your naked eye, switch the solid eye to infrared mode. That will enable you to see Naomi's footprints and any enemies lying in ambush.
Switch the solid eye to infrared. Got it.
But the sound it makes while engaged could end up giving your position away. So don't leave it on for too long.
All right.
Listen to your heart. Trust your senses as much as you can. And you will find Naomi's trail.
God.
I'll give it a shot.
Move little by little. Be one with nature. Shut the fuck up, Otacon. You know, don't disturb the area around you. Feel the roots. Delish. Feel the roots. Shut the fuck up, Code Talker. You're not the end or whatever. Louis with the 79 months. Thank you again. And Local to Stream with 40 months. Passive subs. You know, I haven't shared my subversary in like 2 years. So you're like sub lurkers. That's kind of amazing. Lurking subs. Thank you. So yeah, we gotta be careful. We gotta become one with nature. Not make noise. Don't disturb the environment around me. And yeah. Okay, let's go. Touch grass snake.
Snake, the trail splits up into multiple directions. Look closely at the footprints. Looks like they split up here.
Looks like Otacon won't shut the fuck up.
You think that could be Naomi's?
Yep. 50 meters. Very advanced PS3 water.
Naomi's shoe prints just vanish, but just hers.
Somebody pick up the fucking phone. Oops.
They must have gone separate ways here.
You left your claymore there. Come on.
The footprints go in different directions.
looks like a butthole camo. See the creases? It's an anus camo. I cannot unsee it now.
Security's getting tighter.
Fuck. Let's see. It's just a bunch of buttholes all over a camo. This game has an insane amount of licenses in it. They're never gonna re-release it.
It's Vamp.
Not just the music, but just look at the credits. And you'll see all the things that need to be credited and licensed. That's never gonna happen. It's insane. Assassin's Creed, Apple, Sony Ericsson, Triumph. The list goes on.
As you wish, we'll begin shortly.
What else is there? There's Regain. Probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. Playboy, of course. Almost forgot about that one. Yeah. Basically never gonna happen, or if it happens, I'll have none of these things. Now there's no calorie move in this, but there's Regain, which is the equivalent.
Go ahead. Begin. We'll use his blood. It could get intense. Brace yourselves. Shots, all of you.
Yeah, they removed music from this game in a couple of ways. One, by taking down the servers where you could download the additional music, and another one, they specifically removed the chair race, which is from that MGS4 trailer that we always talk about, the one with Alan Smithy thing in it. It all had to be restored through, you know, private servers and like fans doing it. But yeah, the DLC cameras and DLC songs are kind of like hard to get now because the original servers are gone, and even the private servers, last I checked, were having trouble. So I don't know if it fixed yet. I cannot unsee all the assholes while I just snakes cam. Let's make it go away. What's up, Solid Old? Yep. MGS4, more swimming than 5, but that's not saying much because literally Metal Gear 1 in 1987 had more swimming than MGS5, so. MGS4, but what little water there is, you can swim in it, you can drown in it, and you can call it Rose about drowning in it. Meanwhile, certain open world games have puddles.
Need a lift?
Dreben.
Get in already.
Yeah, that's the other thing, when Naomi gets her instant cancer from her pocket instant cancer. Like, she's been injecting herself with that shit the whole game. But, yeah, don't worry about it. I guess she injects herself multiple times with it, but she seems to be affected since the first shot, so I don't know. It's MGS4 logic, don't worry.
Okay. Thanks.
Rushmore 2 with a 34 months tier 2 sub. Thank you so much, man. Neat. Take a picture. I've been taking pictures. We should go into the menu and look at the pictures after. Somebody, maybe, if you're still here after the game's over, better remind me to go to the menu. Oh shit, the music.
Snake, I'm bringing the chopper to the other side of the market up ahead. That's as close as I can get. You've got to make it to the market somehow.
I can't see shit. Okay.
Fire the machine gun, stand next to it and press the action button. Then use the right stick to aim and press the attack button to fire. Watch your aim.
He has to say go every time. Okay.
They can't hit what they can't catch.
Look at these holographic sights. It's a holosun. Ha ha ha. Get it?
Damn it, Snake.
Kojima predicted holosun.
Do something, Snake. These guys don't seem to feel any pain. Small arms won't do you much good. A large caliber weapon ought to do the trick. Use the machine gun.
Shut the fuck up, Otacon.
Back you, Grandpa. All right, we're good to go.
Yep, that's a remote controlled machine gun. There's no need whatsoever for Snake to be there other than we wanted an on-rails shooting section. In fact, it's so great this game has two of them.
Snake, do something.
Try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Your stepmom will try to ram you. Don't get too close. Always bothers me how thick the smoke is here. You can see shit through it. Oh, that hitbox. Oh, okay.
You the man, Snake.
time for the real boss fight. The gate!
The gate! Snake, shoot the gate!
Snake, you gotta do something about that MGS!
Sorry, Dreben, it's fucked. Do something about MGS, Snake. Not zombies. This is political fiction, okay? Hold on, I need some old man medicine. Someday the gate will open. Okay.
Get ready for some speed!
Those gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Well, you have to sneak around Naomi on the way back. Because this is basically going through all the areas we've been through in reverse on the way back.
Out of my way!
Might not be as obvious
I said moving!
if you don't pay attention to it, but you're just riding through the previous areas. I guess the main reason we need to have the vehicle in Dreben is because Naomi isn't there.
Here they come!
Imagine sneaking around with Naomi like when you sneak around with Eva and MGS3.
Hold on tight!
Almost there. You can do it.
Don't fall off!
Snake getting excited about sunlight. Oh shit, I forgot it's time for Raiden. I'm leaving.
Stay with me.
I am literally gonna like get up and get some food. I don't know. I can't.
Up you go.
Snake, it's my turn to get ruined.
You okay? Yeah. Oh shit. Go on, get out of here. Can you move?
Yes.
My controller wants nothing to do with this. Let it die. That's controller too, it's okay.
Let's go.
Here they come!
Oh god. Doctor, turn off my meme inhibitors. Don't worry guys, we're gonna play Rising soon so we can do all this cool shit here. As intended. Absolutely nothing went wrong with Rising's development, nope. Cliptor. Thank you for the 87 months. Help, I've been trying to unsub for 86 months. I need to pay my rent. No, fuck you, you're stuck here. It's my turn to be ruined.
Snake. It's my turn to protect you.
Oh, that's funny. Sorry, one does not simply leave outer heaven, you know? Unless you're Eli and the rest of the game isn't developed, I guess.
Snake, I'm setting the chopper down at the market square. Hurry!
Naomi, go on ahead.
Raiden's keeping them busy.
Fucking civilians. Here's only a few areas where we can gun down some civilians in the series. Look at all the watermelons. That's a sign.
I can see you. Just a little farther. Run, Snake.
This is also where we can pick up some chef grenades, but I think I already have 10 in this. Yeah. But they would be here. You sold chef grenades. Dude, miss me with that shit. Snake has some war crimes to commit. If you want to commit real war crimes, you need to play Metal Gear 2 and kill the kids.
I'm sorry. I'm a little busy right now.
Thank you.
Don't forget the Mark II.
Naomi, take care of this. Otacon, get us out of here.
That's how you know the Solid Snake is way cooler than Big Boss. He could kill kids and get away with it.
Still fighting.
Raiden, thank you for the 24 months. I'm afraid it's been 2 years. The Virgin Big Medic versus the Chad Salt Snake. Kills children and this mission isn't over.
Raiden!
Okay, now I'm leaving.
Yet again, our paths cross. You too, immortal.
No. I just don't fear death.
Could you be the one to finally finish me?
What exactly is Raiden's blood?
She got away.
Bird shit.
Are you sure about this?
It's all part
Pigeon
of the plan.
engineer.
The test was a failure, even with his code.
As I feared, it's not pure enough. We need all of him.
The PMCs we deployed have suffered brain damage. Nothing salvageable remains. Our only remaining option is to secure the original.
I know that. It's only a matter of time. We're working as fast as we can to find their hiding place. I need you here too, Vamp.
Hey, Mario Falls, thanks for the 82 mods. Let's just go to this little town of Europe, you know?
He's got to be immortal.
No, he's not immortal at all. It was my design that caused his body to be like that.
Huh? What do you mean?
The nanomachines in his body cause his wounds to close and heal at an accelerated rate. Someone took the basic nanomachine technology I once researched and perfected it. In a sense, I'm responsible for Vamp. It's one of my sins.
Does your body have the same?
That's what happens when you slip on bird shit one too many times on a big
Brought a
shell.
monster into this
You
world.
know, your entire blood becomes bird shit.
Too. Hold him down! He's losing too much blood.
Can you save him?
I don't know. He needs a blood transfusion. No, an infusion of artificial blood.
Snake, Raiden. Europe.
Go meet Big Mama.
Maybe the pigeons were the ones who, or sorry, the seagulls were the ones who captured Sunny. And Raiden went on a mission to rescue Sunny from the seagulls, and he got injected with bird shit. As a result, I don't know. But no, the story is that it's just artificial blood. Naomi calls it an older type of military artificial blood. And Raiden already had artificial blood in MGS2, by the way. It was just red, so it's different. But there's a call about it in MGS2 as well, so that was already an idea.
The trick is to keep the lid on. Now, let it cook for 1 minute. You like cooking, don't you? Good for you.
This is my sunny side up fortune telling. When it turns out good, it means something good is gonna happen.
Oh. So that's why you don't cook them over easy. But the secret to good cooking is to keep who's going to eat it in mind.
Oh.
Naomi's trying to thoughtify Sunny.
Is this your mother?
Yes.
She's from a better game.
She's really
Interesting how there's a date on that picture. You can't really see it because it's the corner's ripped off, but you can see an 04.
That tune you were humming. It's from the periodic table.
So it's like April, or is it like a Japanese format? So it's like 4th or something.
Thorium, protactinium, uranium, neptunium, plutonium.
And by Japanese, I mean the rest of the fucking world, you know? Actually, I think Japanese puts the year first.
Curium. Curium.
Curium.
That's it.
Yeah, I just noticed that Olga picture says 04 at the bottom right.
Oh, this? May I? There. See, Sonny? Us girls have to look our best.
What are you guys talking about?
Her name was Olga.
In the Darkness of Shadow Moses is part of the canon. Obviously.
My mother.
Especially that news article of the guy sneaking back to Shadow Moses in the tactical tuna disguise.
Hold on.
In the Darkness of Shadow Moses is literally in the canon. It's an in-game, in-universe book written by Nastasia.
Of course.
It's not fan fiction.
You did a great job.
For which part of in the darkness are you guys talking about? I missed it.
Dr. Emmerich, Liquid is in Eastern Europe.
Oh, okay.
He's after the corpse of Big Boss.
Huh? What for?
Okay, and now you're just being dense.
It's the final
The
key he
thing
needs to
is
gain
in the
access to
fucking
SOP.
game. It's in the goddamn MGS2 menu. Of course, it was approved by
Keys to the
Kojima. It's
system
in
are Big
Kojima's game.
Boss's genetic code and biometric data. Without
You're
them,
just being
there's
dense
no
now.
way to gain access.
It's in the game.
Wait, what's Liquid been doing all this time?
He's been performing tests. 2 tests. The first, using the genetic code from Liquid's DNA chip. In his second attempt, he used the DNA code and biometric data extracted from Snake's blood.
The best part is the other news article that comes before it.
If a substitute works just as well.
I'm telling you, it's canon that there's a journalist who sneaks back to Shadow Moses to investigate the events of it in a tactical tuna disguise. Disguised as a tuna. I shit you not. It's the best part.
Neither your genetic pattern nor Liquid's genetic pattern is a 100% match for Big Bosses.
What do you mean we don't match?
Dr. Emmerich.
Hmm?
Scientifically speaking, there's the markers implanted during
The hiss is because I'm making some eggs.
the mixing of mitochondrial DNA within the egg cell. The intentionally altered terminator genes, scientifically speaking. Both you and Liquid are similar to Big Boss as you could possibly be, but you're still different.
Different?
Yes.
So that's what Liquid was talking about.
We're not copies of our father.
after all.
Which is why they created Solidus.
But Solidus is dead.
Listen carefully, Smith. This is the most important part. The AI that controls the system employs a highly aggressive, advanced IDS. It uses a special code to inspect all data and commands circulating within the network. Any data that fails to conform to that
Look at Otacon being a Chad with
like
a
viruses
webcam pointed at Naomi's boobs
the authentication program
and a live feed to his laptop in front of her.
One I helped develop for Foxtie.
So he put that webcam there for her boobs.
Commands only execute properly if the key matches perfectly. However, if the IDS suspects someone is trying to break into the system, it registers that genetic code on a blacklist. That code is then blocked and can never again be used to access the system. So, if you're going to use a substitute, you need to find a new genetic access code with each new trial.
Yeah, both MGS1 and MGS2 have
System in the Middle East and South America. It was only a test.
a bunch of text in the special menus about.
Have the same genetic code?
And MGS1 has a
Strictly speaking,
retelling of Metal Gear 1 and 2. And MGS2 has news articles and In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, which is a retelling of MGS1 in a lot of ways.
Shadow Moses. And spared you. Let's put it this way.
And we never looked at those. We should do that, especially MGS1, those Metal Gear 1 and 2 recap.
He'll have the system completely under his control.
Count us with a 100. Holy shit! Thank you.
Having his code wasn't
Thank you so much. Happy 100.
Biometric data at the same time.
Sunday is shit posting on 3 Twitch chats at once.
And Big Boss is already dead.
No. He's alive.
We've gone into Darkness of Shadow Moses on stream before, but man, that's a lot of reading. A lot of people just don't have the patience to sit around for that.
That's impossible.
Big Boss survives as a biomort.
I don't think we've ever shown the recaps in MGS1's menu.
Liquid has already left.
What kind of hacking is this?
Big Boss's body. Right from the start, he knew his experiment in South America wasn't going to work.
Europe, huh?
Where's the webcam? And it's still, yeah, he closed it. I guess as soon as Naomi gets up, he closes it. We should pay attention to when exactly.
He'll be primed to make his final move.
Allowing him total control of the system.
Exactly.
471687. Wonder what that is, because it's not his password. Damn it, who installed speakers on Raiden? Yeah, guys, look just like Grey Fox. He's cool now.
Uncle Hal, I found it.
Huh? Ah. This is it.
Where'd you hack this from?
AT Security. The Patriots.
Can't believe this sort of thing still goes on.
The war economy is heating up the R&D race. It's not just the PMCs either. Every corporation tethered to the military-industrial complex is losing its sense of morality. And it's us science-holics who are doing their dirty work for them. Not even realizing it.
Can we make Jack better?
I don't know.
Sonny. May I? It's no use. There's nothing we can do here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Look at this.
The fucking music in the background.
His artificial blood needs dialysis. We don't have the proper equipment.
Dialysis?
Is he stretching? What is he doing?
His wounds healed is important too. But at this rate, he's not gonna last that long.
Dialysis. Is that like what kidneys do?
That's right. Raiden's blood is an older type of that was used by the military. White blood needs to be dialyzed.
ありがとう、通販。
しかしすごすぎる。商品番号2309。鼻血ストッパーでも出血が止まらん。そして私はたまらん。
番組出演だって聞いたから通販で一番セクシーなドレスを買って。
コール、残念だがそのハリウッドスターのようなドレッシールックを誰かに見られることはない。
どういうこと？
これラジオ番組だ。
そうなの？
100% 音だけでお届けする。
ああ、そうなの。
だがコールの姿が見えないのは幸いかもしれん。その格好では放送できないところだったな。
What is going on over there?
通販に見てもらえたから。
その美しさは俺だけのものさ、コール。
私だけを見て。
まもなく本番です。いかん。オニディレクター、オニディからのトークバックだ。オニディって誰だ？じゃあ、コール、
Strictly
頼んだぞ。
underground, though.
幹部が現れたら逆探知だ。任せておけ。
何の話？
台本通り進めてくれればいい。
ちょっと何？
5I'll call Campbell and have him get us landing clearance. Oh, Snake! Where are you going?
I'm gonna be spewing out poison soon enough anyway. What's one more smoke gonna hurt?
This is a no smoking flight.
Huh?
Who is this?
Oh, her? That's my sister.
Really? I never knew you had a sister.
Same voice actress.
For a moment,
You voiced her,
I thought she
bitch.
might have been your girlfriend.
No, I don't have a... Emma was a brilliant programmer. She wrote the worm that destroyed the Arsenal Gear AI. Then... Vamp killed her.
I'm so sorry.
No, there's nothing for you to be sorry for. Or me. I used to be an anime otaku.
Oh. So that's where Otacon comes from.
I was always fascinated by sci-fi anime. That's what got me into this line of work. It's too bad reality wasn't so simple. I never even imagined that science, that my own research, could cause so much
What anime
misery.
did Otacon watch, I wonder?
I mean, it's not like us science holics or Satanists or anything. But even when we've got the best of intentions, we end up being used by others for evil.
Dr. Emmerich,
You see this? Sonny helped me build it.
Really? Sonny helped build this?
We built it using top-secret docs and patents dug up from intranets at a bunch of research labs. To tell you the truth, I think she's better at it than I am.
But she's just a child.
She cracked the protection on your mail.
Wow. I, assumed it was you.
Sunny was taken by the Patriots right after she was born. She never even met her parents. She's spent her entire childhood inside the net.
That's why she has trouble speaking.
Her home is in the computer. She can only see the outside from the inside. She's always in there, searching for herself, searching for her family. She's trying to find out who she is and where she's going.
Searching for herself and her family.
She believes she can find the answers inside a machine hooked up to the world. She spends every day inside the net, exploring. For Sunny, this is home.
No, it shouldn't be like that.
What?
It's time you let her go outside.
What are you talking about?
She hasn't even been born yet. She's still in the womb. She needs to live a real life.
But Sunny's never shown any interest in leaving the Nomad. Frankly, I'm worried about letting her go out there.
I have a feeling she'll do just fine.
You really think she'll be okay going outside?
That's not what I meant. I think she's got a good handle on her science.
Sorry. Go on.
Huh?
You were about to say something.
Oh, right. Would you mind if I helped Sunny with her cooking?
Oh, of course not. Go ahead. But, about all we've got on board besides military rations are eggs.
No. Leave them off. It makes you look handsome.
You think so? Yeah,
Dr. Emmerich,
Huh?
is it okay to sleep in there?
Excuse me?
Well, Dr. Emmerich, I know it's easy to forget sometimes, but I am a woman. You understand. Sorry. I know it's selfish of me, but I'd like to be alone for a while.
Right. I understand. I'll show you in.
Thank you. Good night, Dr. Emmerich.
Yeah. If you get uncomfortable or anything, just let me know. I'll be out there working.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yes?
Call me Hal. Good night.
Good night, Hal.
And now a brief explanation of what actually happened in there. The game provides so. Simon. It Rubes, thanks for the 84 mods. Close your legs, Snake. More like close your legs, Naomi. Now Snake has the brilliant idea to disguise himself as himself. And then grunt to the guards. Another, Act 3 genius ideas.
Snake, a national state of emergency has been declared in an effort to root out the local resistance. The hunt is being carried out by US-based PMC Ravensword, one of the companies under Outer Heaven's control.
Which means that Liquid's lurking somewhere behind the scenes.
Right. And at the top of the target list is the Paradise Lost Army, the resistance group led by Big Mama. Snake, you'll be infiltrating the region where they are believed to house their base of operations. It looks as if the PMCs moved swiftly, cutting off Big Mama and company's escape routes. They should still be hiding somewhere in that area. Big Boss's corpse is bound to be with them. You've been added to the PMC's blacklist, so you're going to have to lie about your identity to get in. I've provided you with a way to evade the checkpoints. Make contact with the Resistance and find Big Mama. This is our last chance. We must reach Big Boss's body before they do.
Next.
Next. Next. Next. Next. Next. Said next. You. Get your ass in the machine. Hey, are you deaf? Take him away.
You're coming with me. I said over here.
Now, what exactly was the plan here?
That's enough. I'll take him from here.
But...
We've been looking for this man.
Yes, ma'am.
Come with me.
Next.
You're looking younger. What's your secret?
Base camo. A little present from Tentacles.
Huh.
The PMCs sure seem to know you well enough.
You may not believe it, but I'm in charge of overseeing all PMC activity. Having connections can still open doors.
You alone?
Snake! Hey, Snake! Over here! Hey, Snake!
What is wrong with that guy?
Listen to me, Snake. After reporting what happened in the Middle East to my superiors, I wrote up a threat assessment. The President's finally realized the danger Liquid's little rebellion poses and has called for immediate action. Now I've got more bodies than I know what to do with. A whole joint Army Marines team. We're already on site, mixed in with the US forces here. We're ready to strike Liquid at any time.
You're planning to take him by force? It's crazy. Look, things aren't that simple.
Listen, old man. I don't take orders from you or from your Colonel Campbell.
It's gonna be the Middle East all over again.
No, it won't. If things get out of hand, we can put a total lockdown on the PMC's weapons. They won't be able to fight back. Don't forget, we control the system.
I wouldn't rely too much on the system if I were you.
We've got them beat in sheer numbers.
Meryl.
Look, Snake. Just leave this to me. There's no need for you to put yourself in harm's way. Don't risk your life for no reason. Snake. What you're trying to do, it's not a mission.
I know. It's not justice. It's a hired hit.
If you know, then... Look, our ways of thinking might be different, but to me, you're still a legend, a hero. I know all about the things you did when you were young. It was what kept me going. I can't bear to watch you die over something so pointless.
Don't worry about me. Old soldiers never die.
Your cause is our cause now. You don't have to do this.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer. Hired to do some wet work.
Fine. Then we'll just have to catch him. Before you do. I may have loved you once. But now you're just too damn senile to face the truth. Wake up and face reality. Old Snake. And stay out of our way.
And now, for some reason, Meryl decides to pull the chair out of... See that? She pulls the chair from below Johnny when he tries to sit. Okay.
Otacon, they've seen this face too.
Yeah, it might have been added to the PMC's blacklist as well.
And Meryl was acting kind of strange.
Things are going to get hairy once the American suppression troops get here. We'd better get to Big Boss's corpse, and fast. But first, we've got to find Big Mama. Snake, let's go over what we know so far. The streets are under curfew. The only people you'll find out there now are PMC soldiers and members of the Resistance.
Yeah, I thought it looked a little too quiet to be a tourist attraction.
The Resistance members are scheduled to convene at Big Mama's hideout. So our best course of action is to follow their lead. When you find the Resistance, tail them. Let them lead you to Big Mama.
But how exactly am I supposed to find this Resistance?
The PMCs have laid a dragnet for Resistance members that covers the entire town. They're using SOP to notify each other by radio of any info collected during their searches. By intercepting those signals, you should be able to reach the Resistance members' locations in real time.
Intercept their communications? How do I do that?
I've provided you with a new device for just that purpose. To hijack PMC communications, open the item window and select the Signal Interceptor. The interceptor constantly monitors PMC voice and data transmissions. When you've got the Signal Interceptor equipped and you hear the PMC's chatter about the Resistance, check your map. It should display the location.
Got it.
Oh, and Snake, I think we've found a way to treat Raiden.
Really?
Yeah, we got in touch with Dr. Madnar. Naomi and Sonny are on their way now.
They'll be all right on their own?
They're a few clicks north of where you are now. It's a non-combat zone, so there won't be any checkpoints. There's even a dialysis machine. It'll take some time, but I think he'll be okay.
Good.
Anyway, you need to hurry and make contact with Big Mama.
I got it.
If Liquid gets his hands on that corpse, it's all over. Follow the Resistance's lead.
Yeah, Matt Nahr is now 150 years old. Alright, let's change into Otacon's face. Perfect. Alright guys, I'm gonna give you a little preview of an announcement. The next few days will be loaded with meme content because I have a couple games I want to play with high meme content, you know? After this, tomorrow we'll be doing some Peace Walker, we'll be doing some co-op and stuff, but after that, now is a good time to, I guess, preview announcement that there's gonna be a Rising stream, most likely, and something else. What else has memes in it? What else has rules of nature in it? Survive? Nah.
Taking a stroll after curfew? Something's up, Snake. Tail him.
I don't know, something. Bomball, thank you for the 31 months. Yeah, the camera is ass in that game.
Hands up.
When it keeps turning on its own against where you're trying to look. Ah, I just got hit. My arm and leg must have been the wind. Oh well. Better keep going. All good. This whack walk. The ticking sound is for the crosswalk. When it's time to... when it's green and you can cross the street, that's the ticking sound. He's good. He's alright. Ah, fuck. Come on, I was center mass. Oh, that's annoying when that happens. Because now we have to deal with the additional unit.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
Oh,
Use extra
come
caution.
on.
The enemy's attacking!
How did that miss? You come back here. You do not leave. What a fucking mess. Okay, that more or less did it. Wake up.
Who's that?
That never happened. Forget it, now. Yep, all good. It's annoying when you get a caution on those guys. But we handled it. Just give him a quick little zap.
Has been lifted. Resume positions.
And sometimes he'll forget about it. Oh, that was a headshot. Okay. Just a guy with a knife. No problem. Never mind, there's a fucking curfew. You know?
Hands up.
You ever just go to the park to hunt the ground? Oh shit. I didn't think you'd see me there. Hold on, hold on. No, that never happened. Get up. Oh, what a fucking disaster. Don't turn this way. Okay, we're good. Time to take a piss. Nobody.
Could be my imagination.
You just really need to take a piss right now. Oh fuck, you can see me through that? Nah. No way.
Could be my imagination.
He's gonna splash all over himself. Oh god, there's piss anywhere, everywhere. Why did I even invent piss? It's so gross. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. Alright, piss done. Now he is a real piss walker. Perfect, we're waking up now. All good. Traditional ass. I wonder if there's something just the correct size to cover up the GL there. Hey Zoku, thank you for the 88 months. Alright, so we gotta be nearby this guy for him to keep going. Yeah, he's gonna go to the steps here. There's another shot I really don't want to miss. Okay. American 68. We need one more for the memes. Thank you. sound alerts? So the subs and donations are working, but I'm not sure about the bits sound effects. I think they're working, but I'm not able to hear them. I don't know, I need to mess with the audio thing a little bit more. Earlier I caught one, but just because I was looking. Because they're handled from a completely different thing, so it's not the same setup. Okay, proceed with insertion. I'm gonna wait for the guy anyway. That timing. Nice. Let's see. Look at him go. Oh, he heard my footsteps, but he didn't see me. Except now he's gonna turn. Hold on, maybe he... Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Shit. Time to forget that happened.
Who's that?
God, what a fucking disaster today. You okay now? You should be. Okay, we good. And he's healed too. His limbs are healed. It's a miracle. Really? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh. I just had to miss all those times. Time to forget about it again. So in order for him to forget, you have to stay really close to him when he wakes up, but also not have him see you again. So it's weird. Have to, like, guess which way he's gonna turn. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate his ass right now. I really hate this guy right now. Let's turn him the other way. You good? We good. Okay. That never happened. Oh fuck, what am I doing? Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. We can get his arms and legs again. Yeah, that never happened. Must have been the wind again. Yeah, the previous one was Old LA 2040 from Police Knots. This one is Biohazard from Snatcher. Yeah, how he just clips through that if the guards aren't awake. But if they're awake, he will knock that over and make noise. A little bit of a mess here, but okay. What's my most hated thing in the MGS games? Probably what they did to Raiden. If you want to talk strictly about the games. If you want to talk about the whole thing, like, you know, half the story is in the development. The single most problematic point in development is the backlash that MGS2 received. Which also led to what they did to Raiden, so they're kind of related. That's when things changed a lot. And every single game in the series since then has been influenced in some way by the fact that people didn't understand MGS2 or care for it, you know? Oh, for fuck's sake. Not you again. Nah, that didn't happen. I think Raiden is a pretty good candidate for the single most ruined character in any media ever.
There's something fishy
I'll take that challenge. I'll bring Raiden to that challenge. Yeah, something is fishy, but what could it be? He's just walking his invisible dog now. Good evening, gentlemen. What seems to be the problem? Nothing suspicious here. Move on. Corner Paladin 91 into 2 mods. Welcome back. Thank you. Got all those magazines. He's got like 12 magazines on his back. Any face that's not a variation of Snake's face will work. You can use anybody, as long as it's not some sort of Snake face. Why shoot his limbs? Because I'm bored and it's funny to watch him struggle. It doesn't really change anything. He actually walks at the same speed, the animations just change. He's slow as fuck even if you don't shoot him in the leg. It's entertaining to watch him suffer and struggle, you know? Yeah, because there's so many different Snake faces. There's, you know, young Snake with a bandana, MGS1 Snake. So, as long as you're not using any of Snake's faces, they'll leave you alone, which doesn't make any fucking sense because there's a curfew and they stop the guy when they see him. But okay. He's disguised right now, that's why they're not stopping him, but guess what? That also doesn't make any fucking sense because these guys are connected through SOP. They would notice instantly that he's not part of their network, even with the disguise. So, yeah. And other happy Act 3 things, you know? Don't run him over, because that can happen too. Vocal cord cup sight with 33 months. Thank you. The big boss phase It's technically a sneak phase. So what happens with the big boss phase is that if they see you from afar, they'll alert. If they see you up close, they'll pass out. And that's always the effect of the big boss phase, regardless of where you're playing in the game. If it's too far and they can't really tell that it's supposed to be like a zombified phase, they just alert. But if it's close enough, they get spooked and they pass out. Thank you, Warthog. That makes perfect sense. Holy shit, another 100 months plus resub, you know, like it's nothing. Vic Voss Vic with the 102 months. Incredible, thank you so much. What the fuck? Jimmy Dev sponsors. Just got a gift sub from Sir Retro91 with the memes. See, this isn't suspicious at all. You can do this as long as you have Ottocon's face on. Bump into him and fuck with him a little bit. What's up?
Oh, you think that's funny? Hey.
Yes, actually. Nice car.
Move along.
Jeez, fine. When you're that close, you can like close his adjustable gas port. Oh man, I wonder if there's any stories of that happening. You can imagine that you're using a rifle with an adjustable gas block and it has like a grenade launcher setting. And you're so up close that the enemy grabs it and turns it into semi-auto or, you know, not semi-auto. And you only get one shot. Alright, I didn't hear him coming at all. He's gotta be the one. Makes perfect sense now. Yeah, he got healed in the dumpster there. It's that European healthcare we keep hearing about. The frogs probably disappeared, like they turn to ash when they die because they have like sensitive like technological components or information on their bodies and their suits, I guess. I don't know, it's kind of like the microbomb in MGS4.
Is this the guy? What do you think?
Look at Fortune's torpedo tits.
He's gotta be the one. Yeah, but look at him. He's ancient.
Yeah, we see that same explanation with the Cobras blowing up in MGS3 and the drone that you use in MGS3. There's a call with Zero precisely about that, so maybe? I don't know, it's never really explained in the game itself, but it's a concept that's been used before.
Impressive, CQC, Snake. No doubt about it. He is the legendary soldier. Call me Mama. Big Mama.
I need to talk to you. Raiden sent me.
My, how you've grown, David. It was you, not I, who was created from the rib of man. But I gave you life. I am your mother.
What?
Les enfants terribles. You can't grow a human being in a test tube, not even a clone. You need a woman's body to give it life.
You mean... a surrogate mother?
That's an awfully cold way to put it. I am your mother. I gave birth for the Patriots.
Gave birth?
The forbidden fruit. Appropriate. No? Follow me. I'll explain everything. The man who wants me dead is Liquid, your twin. You think you know him, but I know him better. He was once Ocelot, but Liquid has taken control of his soul. And now he's locked in a bitter struggle with Zero.
Zero?
The founder of the Patriots.
Founder? When did this happen?
40 years ago. During the Cold War, when the United States and the Soviet Union were still at odds. It was in that chaotic era that the Patriots were born. And I played my part. I was one of the founding members.
You?
Zero created the Patriots to manage and control the American state. That control endured long after the Cold War ended. The organization became an empty shell, continuing to function through AIs. Those AIs are responsible for the creation of the war economy, and they gave rise to the Sons of the Patriot system. But I am partly to blame. I bear some of the guilt for creating the organization. It was right after I first met your father, Big Boss. Back in 1964, I was ordered to take part in a CIA op called Operation Snake Eater, which concerned a new weapon the Soviets were developing at the time. My mission was to support a certain agent. That agent later became Big Boss, but I knew him as Snake.
Snake?
Yes, Naked Snake. That was his code name at the time. A name he would give to you, his son. The commander of this mission was a man called Zero, the head of Special Forces Unit Fox. Back then, I was working as a double agent for the Chinese. My objective was to secure the location of the Philosopher's Legacy, a massive cache of hidden wealth, and report it to Beijing. I was to acquire a microfilm showing the location of secret funds, funds amassed by the Allied powers during World War II. But I failed in my mission and was expelled from China. I took the apple from the snake and was cast out of Eden. After years on the run, I ended up in Hanoi. That's where I met him again. It was around then that Zero used the massive funds contained in the Philosopher's Legacy to start a new organization, the Patriots, which would carry out the final wishes of a certain legendary hero. The initial membership consisted of Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and their commander, Zero. Oh, and there was one more who we mustn't forget. He stayed behind in the Soviet Union to support the group as an informant, Ocelot, who is now Liquid. After your father rescued me in Hanoi, I went to America and joined their organization. Zero's goal was to achieve a unity of thought and awareness. He believed that was what the boss wanted, and the rest of the Patriots followed his lead.
The boss?
The boss was a legendary hero from the Second World War, known as the Mother of Special Forces. She had an almost overwhelming charisma about her. The CIA feared this, so they had her eliminated. If she had survived, the world of the 21st century might have been a very different place. We were all influenced by the boss's will. It was what drove us to create this organization, to be closer to that spirit. Zero decided that in order to lead the people, we needed a special kind of icon. So we turned to Big Boss, the last son of the boss. He shared more of her life than anyone else. It was Big Boss, the true heir to her legacy, who was best suited to play this role. Zero elevated Big Boss, the hero who saved the world, to the status of an idol. The truth behind Big Boss became riddled with exaggeration, misrepresentation, and outright lies. Zero disseminated these stories among the masses and gathered the rich and powerful to his banner. Every era needs its symbols to control the people, whether it be the stars and stripes, or the hammer and sickle. As the times and currents of politics changed, so too did Zero. Eventually, he became a prisoner of his own lust for power, sparking friction between him and Big Boss, who resented playing the puppet. With Big Boss drifting away, Zero realized he would need insurance. Something that would perpetuate the existence of Big Boss, their organization's icon. And so Zero secretly embarked on a new project, Les Enfants Terribles. Its goal was to create a clone of Big Boss, the ultimate soldier. The project was led by Dr. Clark, known at the time as Paramedic. After dozens of failures, they finally, miraculously, succeeded in producing a fertilized egg. The egg used in the successful in vitro fertilization came from Dr. Clark's assistant, a healthy Japanese woman.
Blood from the east flows within your veins.
Give birth to Big Boss. To realize this, I asked to serve as the surrogate mother, and was more than happy to carry you in my womb. I loved him. 9 months later, I gave birth to 2 Big Bosses, you and Liquid. It didn't matter that you were clones, or that they had manipulated your DNA. You were born the same way as any other normal child, from your mother's womb. But Les Enfants Terribles proved to be the final straw for Zero and Big Boss. Determined to oppose Zero and his plans, Big Boss broke away from the Patriots. He left the States, created his own mercenary company, and drifted around the world. I'm sorry. Your father never wanted you. Human life isn't meant to be manipulated like that. I knew that, but I wanted you. After Big Boss left, Zero really lost control. What Zero wanted was an orderly world, one governed by rules. His fortune grew through countless wars, and his words influenced decision-making all the way up to the Oval Office. As the world saw the rise of digital technology, IT, the internet, and genetics, the Patriots' power grew immense. Their roots spread and took hold throughout the globe. In time, they began to dictate the fate of entire nations from the shadows. And before we knew it, the Patriots, the proud police of the world, started bringing an entire planet under their control. Their intentions were fair, but their execution was flawed. Zero developed weapons, amassed armies, used information for extortion, all in order to gain more wealth. He was obsessed with controlling awareness on the inside from the outside. But I cannot imagine that's what the boss would have wanted. They both misinterpreted her will. And their absolute reverence for her drove them apart. So began the war between Zero and Big Boss. Opposing interpretations, each striving to realize the boss's will. Everything you see today stems from their Cold War. Differences in race, in religion, in ideology. This war they've caused is no different from any other human error in history. It all started with a tiny fork in the path and grew into a great rift. There was nothing left of the boss's noble will in their struggle. All that remained was hatred, a passion to destroy one another. Big Boss returned to the US with a plan in mind, and once again assumed command of Foxhound. In Outer Heaven, and then Zanzibar Land, Big Boss plotted coup d'etat against Zero. But you, Solid Snake, his own clone, foiled his efforts both times. Big Boss and Gray Fox, Frank Yeager, were left near death. Zero recovered their bodies. Frank Yeager's entire body was reconstructed through surgery, and he was reborn as the cyborg ninja. Big Boss, now a vegetable, became a prisoner of Zero even in death. For Zero, more than anyone else, your father was an irreplaceable icon. No, the truth is, for Zero, he was an irreplaceable friend. After Big Boss's betrayal, Zero could no longer believe in something so uncertain as life. He lost his belief in everything. Nations, organizations, individuals. Zero was no longer willing to place his organization in the hands of the next generation. Instead, he set up a network of AIs, a decision-making system formed from all the information he had accumulated. He built 4 AIs, GW, TJ, AL, and TR, as sort of a digital Mount Rushmore, and 1 core artificial intelligence to unite them, John Doe.
GW. The same GW we destroyed 5 years ago.
The same. Ever since GW was cut off, JD and the other 3 AIs have controlled all information on every aspect of global society. Economics, politics, law, morals, and culture. The war economy is no exception. In the shadow of the system and its complete control over the world, Big Boss isn't allowed to live or die. He's trapped for eternity in a brain-dead prison. To bind himself to his friend, to ensure his rule over the world, Zero transformed Big Boss into an icon, neither living nor dead.
Sounds almost like a religion.
Naturally, Ocelot and I plan to free him from Zero's prison. We enlisted Naomi Hunter, an authority in the field of nanomachine research, into our organization. And we used Frank Yeager to kill Dr. Clark. Ocelot tortured the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, also known as Sigint, to death, and made it look like an accident.
The Shadow Moses incident.
With paramedic and Sigint dead, Zero was the only one left. But we too paid a price. I lost Ocelot. Ocelot wasn't fighting for the Pentagon or the Russians, and certainly not for Zero. He was fighting for Big Boss. He idolized him. When Ocelot grafted Liquid's right arm to his own, his body was taken over by Liquid's thoughts and spirit. He may be Ocelot in physical form, but his mind is Liquid's. I was the last one. And then someone appeared to help me.
Raiden.
It was when I met him that I finally discovered the location of Big Boss. It was in the data he obtained from GW.
Wow, you guys came at a perfect time.
Together, he and I retrieved Big Boss.
They're just about to explain everything that ever makes sense
Still asleep.
in MGS4, you know? Welcome, guys.
Why did Zero keep him alive?
People need heroes. Zero wanted to create a messiah.
Yeah, because the whole thing with Solidus's body, Big Boss's real body being alive, Eva and Raiden, this doesn't make any fucking sense, you know?
Is it here?
So, perfect time to come in.
I'll take you to meet him.
Eva is either senile or doing a really shitty job at trying to cover this up. I don't know which one it is to this day.
His holy ark.
Maybe both. Usually people say both when I say that. It's okay, Snake. It's not like you train with this guy for years and know him perfectly and notice that his wrong eye is missing. It's not just that the wrong eye is missing, it's that they specifically show a close-up of it and they show Snake looking into his eyes. Come on, dude.
His body is alive, but his consciousness is locked away by nanomachines.
Banana machines.
So technically speaking, he's not really brain dead.
All they had to do was scoop out the other eye, it would have been a moot point, you know? But no.
We can't allow Liquid to inherit the same sins that corrupted Zero. Manipulating people's minds for the sake of his own ego.
Now, I don't know why the game is so quiet today. Yeah, I can make my mic a little quieter, I guess.
Otacon.
Snake, it's Naomi.
What happened?
She's gone. She's not in the Nomad anymore.
When?
Less than an hour ago. She disappeared right after she and Sonny got back from Dr. Madnar's place.
Why weren't you watching her?
I didn't have my glasses on.
Naomi said it herself. The experiment can't succeed without her.
You think she went back to Liquid?
Nano machine, son.
What about Raiden?
Good news on that.
Anyone else thought it was Big Boss who just got up and left?
And set up an ICU. We just started him on dialysis and treatment for his wounds.
Will he live?
Yeah, no worries there. Sonny's taken over for Naomi. But his treatment's probably gonna take 48 hours.
I'm gonna try emulating
Raiden can't...
whenever I build a new computer, which won't be for a while, I guess.
Hey, you! Come here!
What the hell is that?
Move!
Nice, we got a 2-dog midnight raid. Welcome, guys. What's my GPU? I'm still in the 1080. I haven't built a new computer in years, so it's been a really shitty time to build computers and buy hardware. But I hear it's more CPU related anyway.
Unmanned scouts.
They've found us. We're moving out.
Snake, the PMCs are converging on your location. Damn it! They're sending in Gecko! They'll be on you in less than 5 minutes!
Are they ready?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll escape through the canal route using the real van. Get it ready. Hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
Snake, over here. You've got decoy vans set to draw some of our pursuers away. All of these children were orphans. They work in arms factories. And when they grow up, they want to join a PMC. They seek revenge on other companies, PMCs that killed their parents, and use their earnings to support their younger siblings. There are countless child soldiers like these in the PMCs. Nowadays, anyone with a computer can get combat training. The FPS games that these children love are distributed for free by these companies. Of course, it's all just virtual training. It's so easy for them to get absorbed by these war games. And before they know it, they're in the PMCs holding real guns. These kids end up fighting in proxy wars that have nothing to do with their own lives. They think it's cool to fight like this. They think that combat is life. They don't need a reason to fight. After all, for them, it's only a game. Zero is the cause of all this. Defeating Liquid won't change things. Unless we stop the Patriot system, the cycle will go unbroken. Hop on. Hold on to me. With so many wars being waged, oil and biofuel have become as precious as diamonds. It's been a while since I went out for a ride.
Are you sure about this?
I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or fall dead.
Big Mama.
Call me Eva.
You fall off of your fucking bike. Thanks for the $1 donation. She will, actually. She does it every time.
No matter what. Get the body safely to the canal escape point.
Yes, on rails shooting sections. So good, we gotta have 2 of them. I guess I'll keep no kills, just so we can get a good version of the victory song at the end at this point. That's the only reason to do it. Let's see, twin barrel. Keep this and stun grenades. Feels nice not having to worry about the RNG here. Put the real time stun. Nah, fuck this guy. Watch him get right. I don't think the PMCs would care, you know. Alright, I missed a couple of resubs. Let's see what's going on. Rincon with the 26 months. Balloons with 4 months. Captain Morgan with his new sub. Thank you. Welcome aboard. HDR with 31 months. Pinker Dorfino with the 68 months. Tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. And then Hal Jordan with 31 months. And Snake with a 57. I think that's everybody. Thank you guys. Bounce this something off the wall just right. Of course I do it right first try when it's not a big boss run. Okay.
Yes, we'll just have to outrun.
Guys, so much much RNG here. Sometimes they just shoot you for ages or they don't hit you. Like now. Alright. Sunlight time. Next slide, please. At least it's not the internet dropping frames, it's just the game running like shit, you know? RJ972 to 60 months, thank you. Somehow I don't think that a little Vamp can smash through armor in these like that, but why not?
Here they come! Right!
It's me. It was the explosion, you see. I didn't kill him. Go crazy with the solar gun. Of course it's a brown game. It's from 2008, the era of, you know, brown and grayscale games. Call of Duty. Well, that might even be on purpose, because this game had a point to make against those FPS games, you know?
There you are, Snake! Where's your anger? Show me your rage!
got bad news. The decoy vans have all bitten the dust, which means the enemy will be focusing on you now. I just need you to hold them off a little longer.
What, Otacon? What are you even doing? I don't understand why Otacon needs us to do something. He's not doing shit, but okay.
Have you tried aiming?
Yep, we were talking earlier about how this game has an insane amount of licenses, and that's probably why it will never be released again. All the things that would have to get relicensed are insane. And we're talking some big things like Apple, Playboy, and Triumph. Sony Ericsson, the fucking flip phones. Regain is another one. Cinematic experience.
Nice work.
The guy just disappeared.
Need help in front.
Get a very strategic shot here. And failed. Oh well, whatever. And then you're gonna blow up the thing and set me on fire. That's like the worst possible outcome. But I don't care, because we got rations to go. Where the fuck am I aiming? That's slow-mo ragdoll.
Snake, are you okay?
Okay, we should really save that ammo. Oh, it's not too bad right now because I can use rations, doesn't matter. But this would be the hardest part of the game if we were doing a big boss run, yeah. Let me just take a full power rifle cartridge to the chest.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm fine.
That tickled. Oh, fuck. They would both be dead right now. Oh wow, he didn't even use a ration. Okay. We basically did a first try without using a ration, which is like the ideal thing I want to do for a big boss run. But that's only ever happens when you're not trying to do a big boss run.
There it is.
Are you okay? Big Mama, come on. Stay with me.
Is that you? Snake. Mother's work is never done.
Big Mama.
There's only two possible reactions to this. One, what the fuck? And two, oh yeah, I remember MGS3. Haha. Hey kids, remember MGS3? Come on. Think of all those people who played MGS4 before they played MGS3 or anything else in the series. Like, what the fuck? I mean, it's kind of your fault for picking up a game with 4 in the name without playing the others, but still.
The children. No. I'm so sorry. She'll be coming to search the van.
I'll take care of it. You stay here. Keep watch.
I'll contact the children.
Here. Take this.
Snake, come back in one piece.
I will.
Promise me.
Second cousin twice removed. Yeah, might as well. You played Twin Snakes and then MGS4. May God have mercy on your soul. What a way to get introduced to the series. What are you gonna play next? Survive? It's the best way to introduce anybody to the series. Play Twin Snakes, MGS4, and Survive. That's all you need. Kendo, thanks for the 38 months. Templar with the 88 also, thank you so much. Sinister Shadow with a 37. Thank you. It's a good timeline. And Snake's Revenge while you're at it. RJD with the 11 months. Thank you. But yeah, the biggest gripe with MGS4, the fact that it exists. MGS4 was made to tie things together that were never meant to be tied together. And such is a complete fucking disaster. From, you know, that aspect, at least. I do have good things to say about this game, like the technical aspect of it. That's about it. Like, all you need to know is that MGS3 was specifically made as a prequel in order to not interfere with the story of MGS1 and 2. And then MGS4 comes out, what does it do? The exact opposite. It merges MGS3's character and events with MGS1 and 2 characters and events. So, that alone should tell you that it's a bit of a mess, you know? Nice headshot. Nope, not a headshot. Otherwise it would have been over in one hit. So now we'll hit her again in the ass. It's gonna be a quick, sexy time because, you know, Snake is old. He can't keep it together like he used to.
You bastards. I'll never forgive you. Never. I can feel the anger building up inside. Eating away at me.
Like I always say, half the fun or half of the interesting stuff in these games is not in the games, but in the development process and the ideas that went behind each game, you know? Not just the ideas, but the circumstances under which the games came to be and the way that we got them. So there's a lot to talk about that, you know? That's okay, just look at her ass.
Let me out of this cage.
Now, where could Snake be looking in all of this? I wonder. What is he looking at? Oh. Oh, but of course. But of course. Alright, we'll make it quick. Snake is old, he can't keep it. He can't keep it up as much as he could before, you know. So we'll have to be quick. This is the official speedrun Kojima approved method for this fight. I just opened porn in another tab, it's easier to explain. That's how you do it. The only problem with this is that now we gotta listen to Dreben.
Way to bring that bird down, Snake.
Dreben.
And you got yourself a souvenir, too. A grenade launcher. Nice. That's a real user-friendly weapon.
Not much use to me without an ID, though.
I'll launder this one free of charge.
What's the catch?
Only that you give it to me when you're done with it. A weapon with that many decades of rage stored up inside it? Now that's a collector's item.
How old was she?
I'd say about 20. But she had years of soldiers' rage hidden away in that youthful body of hers.
Soldiers?
Yeah, the soldiers of Ake. A place that hasn't seen peace in a long, long time. She was captured by one side or another, and kept caged up like an animal, along with God knows how many other kids.
Anonymous violence.
Exactly. It's unknown whether her captors were with the government or the rebels. In any case, they got their kicks by abusing these helpless little kids day after day after day. That constant barrage, that battlefield rage slowly built up inside their bodies, their minds. The kids tried to keep each other's spirits up, always clinging to the hope that someone would come to their rescue, barely surviving off of scraps of food. But those soldiers didn't stop. They called the kids parasites and shit-eating ravens. Beat them even harder. Then one morning, the soldiers just up and left, leaving the surviving kids to be eaten alive by the birds. Almost like one of those sky burials. One by one, their bodies were picked apart by ravens' beaks, until finally the flock came for her. But by some miracle, their beaks cut her bonds instead. And like that, she was liberated. In that instant, she was filled with an uncontrollable rage, and it smothered her soul. She ripped the ravens pecking at her to pieces, and then went after the soldiers. And when she finally caught up with them, she waited until nightfall like a hunter awaiting its prey. They say that when a raven cries, a man dies. And that's exactly what happened that night. Screeching and cawing, she killed every last living being in the camp. Both the soldiers and the civilians they'd enslaved. In her eyes, there was no longer a difference. The cruelty her friends had suffered, the pain and humiliation she'd endured. Hers was the distillation of the rage that decades of war had imparted on those soldiers.
It was her strength, and her greatest weakness.
You're something else, Snake. You managed to cleanse Raven of her rage. No, seriously. You're the seed of war. In fact, I'd say you might even be war itself.
Dreben.
Maybe it's still too early to tell. You've still got half the B&B Corps ahead of you. Keep your eye on the ball, pal.
Make it stop. Tips Oberon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Damn, guys, enjoy the subs. So generous with everybody. Thank you so much. So we are about to enter an epic cutscene, during which I've gone grocery shopping before, because that's just MGS4 cutscenes, you know?
Snake. I have to apologize.
Yeah.
The 3 vans that came out with us are decoys. The real one is floating down the river, headed downstream. I managed to get in touch with the children. The Pix is safe. We're going to rendezvous on the riverbank, downstream. Land and air routes are cut off. But there's a cruiser waiting for us. The Volta River is our only chance of escape.
Let's get out of here. Hurry.
Good thinking.
Yeah, you could definitely get a good shave in the time this next cutscene takes. TRP Gemini, thanks for the 12 months.
This way.
It's a super awesome scene where Liquid says the title. Indeed. Roll credits.
I don't need to feel the wind anymore. There's no need to keep lying to myself. I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or
He watched the Kiefer Christmas tree thing. We have it as a bits alert or bits sound effect, bits meme, whatever you want to call it. I would explain everything.
the underground aqueduct leads to the river.
He was drunk. That's why he did it.
That would explain everything.
There's a whole fucking compilation of Kiefer's drunkenness adventures, you know? And that's just one of them. There's the other one where... Oh, yeah, there you go. Fuck, I don't know why I can't hear it. I had to read it in the chat. There's something up with my sound setup, but at least you guys heard it. Yeah, that's just one of his many adventures. There's that one where he took off his pants, like a restaurant table or something, a diner table. Anyway, yeah. I'll see you guys in 25 minutes, something like that.
Liquid. Not bad.
Where's the pigs?
That no longer matters.
Where is it? Ah!
Is that it? Naomi told me everything. And now, thanks to her, I finally have it. The thing I've sought for so long. Big boss. Put down the gun, Snake. It's already too late. You almost did it. But it looks like I win after all. Cigars. Father's favorite. What do you say? Care for one last smoke?
Huh. You think you're big boss now?
Guilty as charged. But all that ends today. Nice try. But when it comes to CQC, I've got the upper hand.
Even if you do get a hold of the system, you'll only have one part of the Patriots AI. The military part.
What of it, brother? It's only a matter of time before I have everything. Remember GW? The AI they think they lost? It's mine. A part of my army.
Impossible. We destroyed it.
Your worm only managed to cut GW into little pieces. Pieces we were able to reconstruct. And then we stowed it away inside JD's network. This man's body has served me well, allowing me to pass every security barrier between me and GW. After all, the Patriots system is nothing more than a machine. Now that GW is a spook inside the network, there's no way JD would recognize it as an external threat. Once I destroy JD with a nuclear strike, the Patriots network will be mine. And then, I'll build my haven, free from all forms of control. I'll cast aside my old identity and take my own name for the first time.
Liquid, you're planning to recreate the Patriots.
Snake, we were created by the Patriots. We're not men. We're shadows in the shape of men. We're freaks who never should have existed. We're a system. Insurance that future generations never prosper. The Patriots saw fit to create us, and in doing so became our only raison d'etre. I won't fight my fate any longer. I'll kill Zero and Big Boss and become a Patriot myself. It all began with Zero and Big Boss. Our purpose in life is to fulfill our destinies. And once all is returned to Zero, the world can be reborn.
Adam.
So long as we both live, the world will not know an age of light. If we're to pass the baton to the next generation, the only choice left to us is death.
Boss.
Good. The players have all assembled, Snake. The time has come for you to witness. Witness our moment of triumph.
Drop your weapons and put your hands up!
Barrel! Liquid! Stop!
Fire!
What?
The system is mine. Your guns and your weapons are no longer your own. Behold, guns of the Patriots. Bang! Bang!
Jonathan! Ed! Commander! Commander!
Akiba, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
But why?
Let them have it. We don't need it anymore. So long, Snake.
Man, good thing Snake's mustache is fireproof. As best as facial hair. Yeah, it's not entirely clear to me what he was shooting at, but that's what happened. Snake got a burn as a result of it. Okay. The fact that Solidus' body worked for this doesn't make any fucking sense, but it's mostly because Big Boss is a walking retcon at the end.
You and me, we were great partners.
No. Great friends.
Meryl! Meryl! Meryl!
But here's the real reason why Meryl agrees to marry Johnny, because as soon as the system goes down, all her emotions are scrambling all over the place, right? And he's the first person that she sees with the system down. That's the only reason she falls in love with him. It has to be. You know? He was just at the right place at the right time. She imprints on him, yeah, pretty much.
Meryl, don't give up on me. Meryl, don't go. Meryl. 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 It's not. I mean.
Thank you.
Okay, Meryl? Hey, if it's all right, call call me Johnny.
You and the beasts are no different. Scorched shadows born to the world. When a beast steps into the light, unless the light is put out, the shadow cannot be erased. So long as there is light, there is shadow. To return everything to normal, the light must be extinguished. And when that happens, you will be too.
That's a dirty cupcake. Really? I'm gonna have to steal that. Nice chocolate cupcake.
Like I said, we pride ourselves on service. Come on, let's take this guy to his friends.
Hey, Zamacure with 78 months. Thank you so much. Who else? FFH Cyborg Ninja with 26. Thank you. Oh, what the fuck? How do we get Revan's face camo? I guess, okay, I think you get that when you have enough weapons. Maybe I was just missing a couple in this save. And I just got them, I guess 60. Ah, that's cool. We got the Dreben face camo from this. Yeah, that's actually why I don't stream with a webcam, because I have a huge Johnny poster. I have just Johnny plastered all over the place. I'm the biggest Johnny fan. I actually don't have a whole lot of Metal Gear merchandise and stuff. I would like to, but I feel like, I don't know, I've been moving a lot and I'm not really stable in where I want to be right now. So before I do that, you know, I'll settle down somewhere and then think about it. The most Metal Gear stuff I have right now is my guns. It's like my gun collection is somewhat Metal Gear inspired.
Over their guns and heavy weapons, but the WMDs are still under JD's control. That's where Rex comes in.
Wow, he just said Rex, but it's gonna take him like an hour to figure out.
Vamp, how defense is ready.
All that's left is the final check. We've identified JD's location through GW, an abandoned 20th century satellite orbit, disguised as debris.
A clever place to hide.
No, I don't have a Naomi cosplay for my girlfriend, but maybe I'll have a Paz cosplay.
With a stealth nuke, there's no need to worry about the Patriots intercepting it. By the time they realize what's happening...
See how they mentioned Rex right away here? And it takes Snake and Otacon like an hour to figure out that they're gonna use Rex. And they need Campbell's help.
And all the systems under JD's control will then be ours to command. Now go. Prepare our
how are they gonna do it?
Yes,
yeah, all because Otacon was trying to get an upskirt of Naomi here. Master R50, thank you for the 72 months. Alright, let's see how long it takes him to figure out that he's gonna use Rex, even though he literally just said it. Meanwhile, we're gonna look around Nomad. I really do love the little features here. Yeah, you can just let them talk and look around.
In the beginning,
Put out some
the Patriot
porn.
system was controlled
Ah, that's
by
better.
4 AIs, with JD at the top. One of those AIs was GW.
So Naomi
The
left
Patriots
a
thought it
little
had been destroyed,
keychain here.
but Liquid was able to use it as cover to
A
slip
little locket
inside the
with
system.
Grey Fox. Grey Fox's picture in it.
I heard that name before.
GW was one of the Patriot Cell AIs. It was installed on Arsenal gear. Emma's worm should have put it.
But how are they going to launch a nuke?
But
Derp,
Liquid
derp.
somehow recovered and repaired it. I'm guessing JD must be unable to recognize GW, even
spy
though
on
it's
Sunny.
inside the Patriot system.
She's going to put her egg in her noodles.
GW was written off as lost while it was still tied in.
Stiff
Using it
plastic
let
egg.
Liquid interfere with the AI from the inside. He made contact under the guise of Big Boss's genetic code. Even the AI threat detection system was fooled.
Oh, we just got that Raiden face camo for that. Bumping into her.
Free from oversight by the Patriots AIs.
It all makes sense now. That's why they made Arsenal go berserk 5 years ago.
Where's the PSP at?
GW was on board.
Where is this Aiden?
Hideo 2.
Don't worry.
Hideo and Kojima.
Mei Ling is using the position of the Mark II's last transmission to predict the course of the ship. It's only a matter of time before we find
Snake wins. Thank you for the 92 months. Sonny, goddammit, your alarm is going off. She forgets about it.
Shadow Moses.
Yeah, she just completely forgets about it.
It's Campbell.
Damn, Campbell looking good.
The U.S. military's systems are all in Liquid's hands now. The regional systems have all been shut down.
Colonel, you're
Guns
changed.
are falling silent across the earth. It's the first total ceasefire in human history.
How's the White House responding? The public.
The president has yet to make an official announcement. But the media is starting to pick up on it.
Can I turn off the live support for Raiden?
The information's gonna be controlled anyway.
Not this time. The war economy is ground to a complete halt. It's tough to play down a crisis of these proportions. War economy-related stocks are already going into a free fall.
Ooh, what do we gain? Oh, we have too many.
They must be shitting themselves at the White House right about now.
In any case, America had better sleep soundly while she still can. Liquid's insurrection is about to begin.
That's better.
The first thing he'll do is try to destroy the system.
But how?
To control the U.S.
Sonny, you forgot your noodles, goddammit.
No. Supreme authority still resides with JD, which the Patriots still command. Which is why Liquid plans to launch a nuclear strike on JD in its orbit.
I wonder if there's anything else you can interact with other than the radio and the remote. The Chan radio.
U.S. converted its nuclear arsenal to reliable replacement 15 years ago.
RRW.
The core of the RRW is now completely ID controlled by the SOP system. It needs supreme authority from JD itself to control them, and they can be shut down remotely in case of an emergency.
All the old ones were pulled out of service when they deployed the replacements.
Do not enter.
That's it.
No.
He's going to use Rex.
No shit, really?
Rex was scrapped before the Sons of the Patriot system was implemented.
Of course. Railgun.
Indeed. Rex's railgun can launch a stealth nuclear warhead into space unconstrained by the system. In short, it's the only device they have that is able to launch a nuke. Liquid's going to use it to kill JD and deliver the coup de grace to the Patriots' wing.
Campbell, where's Rex now?
I think you know.
Putting as much effort in listening as Kojima did writing.
Outside the Patriots' control.
Try to look inside the helicopter.
The place where Liquid made
Oh shit, Jay Birdo with a 5 gift of subs. Nice, thank you so much.
Off the Alaskan coast, in the Fox Archipelago.
Shit, Moses.
Moses Island.
If Liquid destroys JD, and his GW assumes total control over the system, he'll have the world at his fingertips. And no one will be able to stop him. Not even the Patriots. You are the only ones who can save us now. Snake, I'm counting on you. Defeat Liquid and put an end to his insurrection.
No, I wasn't done yet. Oh well. Oh god, it's like the worst possible exchange in this series. Raiden going all emo on Snake. And Snake having to tell him literally, you misunderstood 5 years ago, MGS4.
You can't take any more of this.
I'm not dead yet.
That's not what I mean.
Raiden's little edgy speech here.
He's got the Patriots' own control system on his side. Not only are weapons useless, but the US military is in shambles. And even if it weren't, Liquid's got enough men and machines to match it. Things can't get any worse. Face it, Snake. We've lost.
Come on, Bluey. I mean,
We never stood a chance.
Raiden obviously had sex with Rose before his dick was cut off. Come on.
It's not about winning or losing.
She was pregnant MGS2 already.
No. We started this.
And they gave him a nice little cyborg dick anyway. After the fact, so...
And it's our duty to finish it.
Asking the real questions.
No!
Where is Raiden's dick?
He's not ready yet. He needs to rest.
Let me go, Sonny.
Nah, we're gonna puke all over Shadow Moses because of the Twin Snakes lines. Thanks for reminding me.
Your dialysis isn't done yet.
Right into that
Snake.
copium right now.
He's not ready yet.
Snake.
No, don't take off the copium.
I'll be fine. From now on, I'm living my life by my own will.
It's okay, Raiden has a bunch of lightning ports. Get it? I mean, it makes sense. They have Apple devices all over this place here.
Proxy life. A slave to someone else's will.
I'm a shadow. One that no light will shine on.
They should have put an Apple logo on Raiden too.
You'll never see the day.
Lightning charging ports. Or a Thunderbolt. It's okay, I always puke in Shadow Moses because of those lines.
You and I are both just pawns in this proxy war. But once this is over, we will have our freedom.
Raiden.
I'll release you. It's the only way I'll...
I like how Snake makes a big deal out of his burnt cheek.
5 years ago. That's not what I...
They literally had to tell you 5 years ago. You misunderstood MGS2, but okay.
Don't be an idiot.
Like, he's talking to a guy whose entire body got butchered and cut off, except for his head and his spine, right? And he's like, look, I've got a burned cheek. I have no future.
You've got it all wrong. You were the lightning in that rain.
Oh, God.
You can still shine through the darkness.
The lightning.
Raiden. Look at me. Do you see this? I have no future. In a few months, I'm going to be a weapon of mass destruction. You have a family.
I have no family. Been alone. Always.
Raiden.
with Sonny. It's okay, Super Sure. You can see Dick. Nothing's bad's gonna happen if you type Dick. You could be talking about a guy named Richard.
This is my fight. My destiny.
Dick Ames, you know? We won't tell your parents. If you type Dick, it's okay. Dickard.
Dr. Emmerich?
Mei Ling.
I got the results back. It's official. He's on Shadow Moses Island. We lost Metal Gear Mark II's signal along the way, but the ship was headed in the direction of Shadow Moses. This is a picture of the island taken by a civilian imagery satellite. The sea line is rising due to global warming. Have you heard that the entire Fox archipelago is about to slip into the ocean? The surrounding islands have already been evacuated.
Liquid's arrival there can only mean one thing.
He is going to use Rex.
That's how it looks from here. All the Metal Gears after Rex were embedded with system IDs.
Then what about Rex? What did Washington do with it?
The nuclear disposal facility on Shadow Moses hasn't been touched since the incident.
That was 9 years ago.
The president of ArmsTech and the DARPA chief were killed, and the Secretary of Defense was arrested. By the time the Shadow Moses incident was over, there wasn't a single person left there who knew what took place. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The data was either falsified or erased, so no traces would be left behind. We were exiled to desk jobs for the same reason. Rex and the nuke should still be where they were 9 years ago. Untouched.
A forsaken island. A haven.
Well, I'd say it's more like a forgotten island. And it's sinking too.
I thought I'd never go back.
It'll take me a while to get there, but I'll be backing you up from aboard the Missouri. She's the only ship in the fleet still able to move, since it was decommissioned before the system was put in place. And Hawaii's not that far away. Otacon, you're not wearing your glasses anymore.
Oh, yeah, I switched to contacts.
We rendezvous at Shadow Moses. He who submits to heaven shall live. He who defies heaven shall perish.
I have to atone for my past, too. Rex is a beast, born from my research. Let's go. Shadow Moses awaits.
A better game awaits. Not for long. Elgato. Yeah, actually, we're playing some Peace Walker for the next stream. And then I guess Portable Ops will happen again at some point. And let's just make this quick. Clip through the guy who's asleep. Dreaming of better games. Also dreaming of my capture card, trying to switch a resolution. Snake's dreams about capture cards.
Everything all right, Snake?
I was having that dream again.
We're here. Shadow Moses.
I chose a bad time to unplug my controller. Come on, it's not pairing. What the fuck? That's annoying. I don't really want to be... Okay, there you go. That took a while. Usually doesn't take this long. Simon. The PS3 unfortunately forces USB data connection when you're charging the controller, which is a little annoying. So every time you unplug it, it has to pair again. Hey, we got a resub from Iokahu. Thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. Shadow Moses. We're gonna puke all over the Twin Snakes lines. Oh, that's the next thing. That's the next thing I wanna watch Mei Ling play.
Snake,
you should play
you
Twin
right?
Snakes.
Yeah, I just... have to hurry. Not much time left.
Meet the Mark III. It's our last replacement,
Who, me?
so try not
Never.
to break it.
Who, me? Never.
One more thing. I don't see anybody around, but there are unmanned sentries patrolling the area. Be careful out there.
May, I really want to see your first genuine reaction to the Twin Snakes now that you've played all the other games. It's precious, you know, the first time. Okay, Otacon, shut up, please. We just need chaff grenades and the railgun for now. And then the puke barrel to puke all over the place. Alright, let's do it. Yes, I know they're trying to go for nostalgia and everything, my epic feeling, but the problem is they're trying to give you that MGS4 nostalgia with the wrong fucking voice lines from Twin Snakes. So the whole thing just falls apart for me. It's so bad. And of course, Japanese players don't have to worry about that. They got the proper experience. So now we're gonna puke all over the place every time a Twin Snakes line plays. Let's go.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
Not nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it.
Naomi, who's asleep. Naomi's asleep voice. And then Mei Ling with no accent next.
I see. What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wow, he must be crazy to fly hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
This one's particularly painful, so I'm gonna rub my face in it.
It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Alright, we'll do a quick Mark 23 thing, I guess.
Just like old times.
There you go. Here comes. Soon is a shit in our mouth. God damn it. Trying to puke.
Could you be Snake?
Could you be the wrong fucking lines?
You?
Ugh.
Don't worry. You'll land back on to meet me. The reality is no match for legends, I'm afraid.
I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Where are you?
Where I see ya.
Now the next one actually deserves a double puke, because it's not just the Twin Snakes lines are worse overall, but for Grey Fox they changed the voice actor too.
Be careful.
Ugh.
There are Claymore mines out there. Who are you? One of your fans.
Good job. Let's see, maybe use the tranquilizer for this. This is gonna go well. Oh well, they haven't noticed me, so no, we're good. We can just run past them. The geckos are completely deaf. I can just run past them. Come on, turn, please. Okay. Bray Ocelot. Does it sound like Ocelot? Why it's not? But you see now why I make it my duty to puke on every single one of these lines.
I don't see any enemies around here. Okay, we'll go through the door all the way at the back.
Otacon, last time around we had a few complications and wound up going through the commander's office in the basement.
That's right. I remember now. But there's no need to go all the way down there this time, right? The back door takes us straight where we need to go.
Good point.
Okay then, let's get to the back door.
That's not gonna work.
Huh? Snake, that door is locked.
How do I open it?
Security is shut down altogether. You can't release the lock without activating it. You'll have to log in somewhere. I've got it, Snake. My old office is close by. With the power on, you should be able to unlock the door from there. And if you check the facility records, we can find out Rex's status and who's been in and out. You remember where it is, Snake?
I'm not senile yet.
Just to be safe, I'm marking it on your map. You old geezer. Snake, the password is 48273. Think you can remember that?
I told you, I'm not senile yet.
Yeah, this door is actually an MGS1. There's no control panel on it, but this is a door that opens when you use a truck to move around the base. Because they drive you back and forth between the snowfield and nuclear storage building and the heliport through these cargo doors. I mean, you don't see them open, but that's what's technically happening in the loading screen, I guess. When you're fast traveling in MGS1. But yeah, as we go to the blast furnace, they start adding like random shit that wasn't there for some reason. Snake is tired of all this.
Okay, first go down the central hallway. Don't
Puke
worry,
time.
it's not electrified
Wait.
anymore.
Puke right here. Even the soldiers' grunts are wrong. This is also 60 FPS hallway. Oh, look at that. Look at that smooth 60 FPS. You gotta look down though. If you look down and there's nothing else going on and it's in an empty hallway, you can sometimes... Oh, look at that. Oh, so smooth. 60 FPS MGS4, there you go. As soon as I turn the camera, it stops being 60 FPS. It's like here, and if we look in there, it stops. Alright, alright. We'll puke later. Hey, Deep at 6, did I thank you for the 24 months? Thank you. Nine-year-old piss stains, more like.
Hold on. I want to check security. Snake, that password I told you before, you remember it, right? Because I completely forgot. Can you punch it in for me?
I wonder if I have the other song that comes from this in the save. I don't remember.
It's a 5-digit number.
So we can put the real thing, or we can do Dreben's frequency, or we can do the one that gives you one or two songs. Pretty sure I already have one of them. So I might have this one too, but it's 1, 3, 4, 6, 2. I don't know, there's three, no, it's two songs. Wait a second. I just looked this up and there's another code. Nah, I don't believe it. That's bullshit. Incidentally, it's fucking IGN. Hold on, okay, so this is supposed to give you 20% off Dreben store? Bullshit. That's not a thing.
Don't worry. I'm sure I can remember it. Well, let's see.
I mean, it always tells you that it's wrong unless you put Ottocon's password. But like anything else gives you, like the Dreben code thing, you can hear his monkey in the background when you do it right. What the fuck? Why would they have this fake code thing? Because I was looking at the list and I was like, no, there's one too many. What is this? Yeah, the 20% off thing is linked to which day of the week it is, or if you're on Act 5. Thing is, it is Wednesday today, so that might just work. Anyway. But I'm pretty sure this is a false thing. What the fuck? Where did they get this from? And why do they keep it online? Oh, whatever.
This is the room where we first met, huh?
His memories. No, it's not that I trust them, it's that I'm a guy who has to try things for myself before I trust anybody. I don't care how much I trust somebody, like, if they tell me something is a certain way, I had to try it myself. You know, some people get pissed off at that. Like, oh, you don't trust me or whatever. No, I have to do it myself.
I was being attacked by Frank Yeager.
Yeah, I remember.
If you hadn't shown up when you did, gives me the shivers just thinking about it. Snake, you saved my
me that crippled him in the first place. She must have hated me too.
Obviously has to be something I want to find out about and care about, right? Hey, dick tastes good, man.
Blame myself too. I helped develop Rex.
Oh, it was discovered on Wednesday. Fucking idiots. That's why they got 20% off, because it was Wednesday. You looked it up? Nice.
What did she do to us?
You forgot already? She betrayed you. She stole your blood.
If that was all, it should have been over and done.
That's funny though. I never would have learned about it if we didn't try it now. Ah, that's such a funny story.
She has us come rescue her, and then she turns around and goes straight back to Liquid. Why would she do that?
I don't know, Snake. But it looks like she's still with him.
What?
I just had a look at the security access logs. As I thought, there's people coming and going at frequent intervals. In fact, the record shows some recent activity. Look at this. It's an image taken a few hours ago by a surveillance camera up ahead.
Naomi.
And Vamp.
Yeah, I found the game facts right about it. That's so stupid. I didn't know that was a thing. And it's a 13 years old thread.
They're headed for Rex's old underground hangar.
13 years old, and I never knew about it.
I finished rebooting security and released the locks. The door on the first floor ought to open for you now.
Amazing. Almost makes me nostalgic for the days when you needed a key card for every door.
Yep. It's been 9 years. All you really have to do is reinterpret the old technology in terms of the new. Getting old isn't all that bad, you know. Let's get going.
I don't believe it. There's a fake MGS4 code floating around for 13 years. And I never heard of this before.
I finished unlocking the door on the first floor. It should open.
Nice. Oh, I forgot. I didn't want the railgun. I wanted 50.
Gecko! We've got Gecko!
No, we don't. That's okay. I haven't heard any Twin Snakes lines, so we don't have to puke yet. I'll have to puke outside or something. Donkey, thank you for the 58 months. I'm afraid it's been 9 years of pee stains. Academy with a 22. Thank you. Foxy Kiss Demon with a 33. Thank you so much, guys. I missed one. A lot of Buttersworth with the 82, 86
okay,
rather.
Snake. Take the stairs
Thank you.
down and go to the north door. I'll open it for you with the Mark III.
Some idiot went and put a wrong code on a Wednesday and thought it did something. And it's funny because today is Wednesday too. That's amazing. What are the chances? I guess 1 in 7. Or 2 in 7 because it's Sundays too. I'm glad I looked that up now because I never knew that was a thing and people can be so stupid, yeah. This is why you try things for yourself. Oh fuck, I missed. That aim.
You'll have to distract the geckos so they don't spot it.
Come
What
on.
are you doing, Snake? Okay, Snake, it's open now.
You're just a little abusive with the Mark III, it's okay. Did I skip what? Sometimes I skip things out of like muscle memory, but did I skip something? No, I didn't. We just killed a freaking gecko, which means you don't have to wait 3 minutes. We're gonna cheese this because it's kind of a tedious fight, and there's no reason not to cheese it once you know how to cheese it. Nah, it's killing the gecko that makes the door open. Who was just fucking around with Otacon there, shooting the Mark III. Joke's on you, my psych is already 0, so I can only gain from this.
Show me your tears. Let them flow. Cry until your eyes run red.
But you're supposed to feel bad for her when you hear Dreben's story, you know? Patriots with 83, thank you. Day? What? Am I the only one who hears that? Like, it always sounds like she says I could day there. Like, what? So sad I could day. What? I don't know. Let's get the cheese out of the tube. Let's see if we got a good starting position. Maybe. Come on, you don't have to put all 6 in, just 1. Oh shit, my potato aim right now. Not here. Nope. See that frog over there? Engage tactical squints. Stop moving. Try and shoot you. Whatever. Fuck it. Fuck that frog. Ah, she knows me now. There you are. Okay, that's a decent spot. I just have to go around. Yeah, I don't like turning on the solid eye night vision here. I engage tactical squints to try and look around. Eat shit. It was very cheesy.
hear the cries. The cries of babies.
Don't worry, we'll make it quick.
Stop it! Stop crying! Please! Please stop crying!
Have you ever tried to tell a baby to stop crying? Does that work? Don't piss on me. I don't even have a box on.
Go away. Don't come any closer. I'm sorry. I was so scared. Forgive me.
What the fuck is going on? Kojima didn't want to make this game. That's what's going on. Kojima received literal death threats to make this game. So, there's that.
Cry if you need to.
And other fun facts about MGS4's development. He recorded himself crying. Yes, this is obviously modeled after Kojima, as you can see.
I don't need tears anymore. I've cried myself dry. So cry. As much as you like. I will be there to listen.
Alright, let's see how she likes the other end of the railgun. Get down. Get in position. See how the railgun extends forward when you're aiming it? She can take a railing. Alright, let's keep my 0 kills, so I guess. Ah, fuck it, just eat some grenades. This is how you're supposed to do it, according to Kojima himself. Why else would he want him to be naked? That's enough ass for one day. Now there's one more. There's one more, but we can unload elsewhere if you'd like. I really don't like Screaming Mantis. She's like the worst of the four for me.
Yo, Snake. I finished laundering that railgun you picked
Oh
up.
no, not you again.
Knock yourself out. It's on the house. Thanks. Time for another bedtime story, Snake. This one's about crying wolf. You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing. Well, she was born into that environment.
When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day.
I had a vision too.
Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away. The camp was crowded with refugees like herself, and little children like her brother. Day and night, she was tormented by the cries of babies. The wolf that followed her heard her sorrowful screams and answered. He made his way around the camp, and one by one, he silenced the children. She tried to stop it, but she was powerless to stop the wolf. A few days passed, and on the eve of the enemy's raid, there wasn't a child left. The adults who survived were torn up pretty bad. Of course, there was never any wolf in that camp. She was the one who killed those babies. But she couldn't bring herself to admit it. She couldn't bear the thought of herself going from one baby to the next, howling like a wolf, snuffing out their little lives. And she never did, even as crying wolf, a lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. Snake, fighting with you made Wolf finally accept what she'd done. She was cleansed by you. If the cries she heard of children on the battlefield have been silenced, it's because of you. You ought to be proud. 3 down, 1 to go. All that's left is Mantis. But you should know, Snake, she's been controlling all the other beasts. She's the beast of beasts. Don't let her get her hooks in you.
I won't.
See you around, Snake.
So, that explains a lot. I'm trying to add some new memes to the meme folder.
Welcome home, Wolf.
Shit, I wonder... Hold on. I wonder, is this actually transparent? I'm gonna try some shit. Well, that's dinner for tonight. Hold on, I want to try this transparent Big Boss PNG, see what it looks like on stream, if it's actually transparent, so we can meme it. Now it's... okay. So the camo is... but the rest of the picture has a fucking white background. Oh my god, look at that camo. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix this picture, I guess. Make some memes with it. 99% camo index.
Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 for disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait! We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need
No, it's not Otacon, it's a digital version.
Get a grip. Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
Snake in a Cake with 83 months, and Venomous XD with his... Holy shit, dude, tier 3, 75 months? Seriously, thank you so much. Yeah, the hind is still there, and we can go look at it, but if we do that, I have to puke all over it because the wrong flashback will play. So, we're not doing that. Let's see. I wonder, can I make it so I don't have to change weapons again later? Maybe. Like this. Okay. And then the syringe for Vamp. Okay. We're on PlayStation 3! See, this is why this game can never be re-released on anything. I haven't met Kojima, no. I have quite a few things to tell him about if I did. But he's retweeted us before, Konami's retweeted us, Kojima Productions retweeted us. Interestingly enough, Kojima retweeted some marathons and shit on his own personal, like, Japanese Twitter, which is kind of cool, I guess. Anyone from Konami, depends on how you... depends what you consider someone from Konami. Like, the person in charge of the Konami Twitch account was around for a while. We had some other, like, people who were involved at one point that I've been in contact with, but they probably don't really care for my reaction to things. Oh god, this is a lot of puke here.
I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
The Chico department.
She might be a spy.
Oh god. Look how asleep she is. She is asleep.
Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
Gray Fox.
You killed my benefactor.
Yeah, actually, you're listening to the reason why David Hayter blocked me on Twitter. I asked him, so he was doing Ask Me Anything, and I asked him, why does everybody sound asleep in the Twin Snakes? How did you guys manage that? It's the same voice actors. You should have known how to do it already. How can it be worse? Basically, I asked, why does everybody sound asleep in Twin Snakes? And he kind of blocked me instead of answering that. I guess I was a little too direct with my question. But I am genuinely confused. Like, I wasn't just trying to meme. I am genuinely confused. It's one of the big mysteries in the series for me. How the same voice actors with mostly the same script, the same director, doing the same game-ish, could fuck it up that bad. How? It's insane how good MGS1's voice acting is and how bad Twin Snakes voice acting is in comparison. It's like two complete opposite extremes in the whole series. Like, how is that possible? I don't understand. I'm not trying to be funny. I am genuinely confused. Okay, this is not a joke. I am confused. Maybe one logical explanation maybe is that they didn't have, well, we know they didn't have as much time and budget because Hayter himself slashed his pay in half to bring back the voice actors. But they probably did everything in one take, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Let me go. Fuck. And of course, that's the kind of business where you would never talk shit about, you know, anybody that you work with. So here goes, we go into the whole, you know, lizard speak thing where you can't talk badly about anything or anybody. And so nothing makes any sense, because when everybody is great and amazing, then nobody is.
Stay en route.
But yeah, low budget. Maybe they did everything in one take. They probably spent a tenth of the time on it that they did in MGS1. There's also the fact that MGS1 was actually recorded face to face. And who knows? Who knows? But I am genuinely confused and, of course, disappointed by it. But you know what? The shitty voice acting kind of fits in with Twin Snakes now, because everything is shitty in that game. The music, the voice acting, the sound effects, the sound design, the art design, the lighting, the script, the cutscenes, the censored lines, it's like everything, and the controls, just everything is just shitty in that game. So it all fits in somehow. That's why, like, I don't want, when people go like, oh, why don't you, like, you know, modify the game to have the real music or the real voices in it. No, it doesn't fit, because everything is shit in that game. So, in its own way, it works, I guess. Nightmare Snake is a new sub. As we're talking shit about Twin Snakes, thank you. Welcome aboard. Glad you enjoying the yeah, the many useful insights on Twin Snakes that I have to offer. So everything is bad in that game. So you know what? Voice acting sucks too. That fits in. Just think everything that the game is comprised of. You know, gameplay, writing, you know, music, voice acting, script, sound effects, sound design, lighting effects and design, art design, like controls, like everything is fucked. And I wish I was kidding or exaggerating, but I can't think of a single thing that isn't messed up in that game.
Rex.
The script was changed for 3 reasons. One, okay, I guess I'll take a second to explain this. The script differences in Twin Snakes are changed for 3 reasons. One, more literal and stiff interpretation of the Japanese script, which isn't necessarily a good thing, because you get things like, when death is entreated, the battle is decided, or we were contented brothers and sisters outwardly. Who the fuck talks like that? Nobody talks like that. But those are the 2 things that come to mind. So that's one reason. Number 2 reason is because Kojima really fucking hated the guy who translated MGS1 and took basically apparently too many liberties with it. RIP, which made MGS1 as great as we know it, by the way, thanks to him. That's Jeremy Blaustein, which, you know, I had the honor to talk to about it on Twitter, and we had it in the chat before. And number 3 reason was to censor. They literally censored a bunch of things from MGS1 script into the Twin Snakes. Mostly political themes and, you know, things that such as the word naked, the fact that Hoover was racist, the thing about Sniper Wolf and the Kurds, everything related to Sniper Wolf's death and her, you know, how it sparks like suicidal thoughts and things about in Snake, and they talk about it. All those calls are gone. The Mei-Ling call about Snake being a pervert is gone. Snake doesn't say he's naked at the beginning anymore, and all other things. So these 3 reasons.
Liquid doesn't need the whole Rex to launch his
Censorship, translation, and Kojima hated the guy who did MGS4.
Hang on, I'll check.
I'm afraid so. Unfortunately for you, the railgun is no longer here.
Naomi.
This place will be your grave, as my queen wishes. The suicide gecko are on their way. Soon, there'll be nothing left of this place.
We've been had. Rodigon.
Snake, I think I might be able to get it working. I just need some time.
Hurry.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Naomi.
Excellent. You'll amuse me until they arrive.
Or Vamp. Let's just end him quickly because he's another character that got brought back just to be ruined and explained badly. But don't worry, he had tape in his shoes.
You take Vamp. Kill that monster.
Okay.
Yes, you did it, Snake.
What have you done? There. Now you're a mere mortal, like the rest of us.
Clever. But can you kill this?
Yeah, we'll have to do the usual for the fight ahead. Yeah, with the solar gun, he goes down to 1 fully charged hit because the vampire and sunlight, get it?
Snake, look out! They're rigged to self-destruct!
The rules of my ass.
Snake, sorry to have kept you all waiting. You ready for this? Sonny gave me the go-ahead.
How about it, undying man? Care to die too?
Sorry, but I can't die just yet.
Then kill me.
Snake, this one is mine. You keep those gecko at bay. We're gonna buy you some time.
I'll do my best.
Wait, you are a scout too, are you not? Then, let us duel with blades.
It's a good thing Vamp didn't suggest the other kind of sword fighting, because Raiden doesn't have a dick. Well, you're looking at him. He's not wearing a suit. He's naked. That's his body. You can clearly see he doesn't have a dick. That's not a suit. That's his body. He's naked right now. But hold on. Hold on a second. We gotta fix this. Because somebody forgot to put the actual original soundtrack for this, so we'll have to do it now. Another thing that I like to point out here is that Raiden basically wins the fight within 5 seconds. He has his knife to Vamp's throat and he doesn't do it. He hesitates, or maybe he just wants to keep sword fighting, I don't know. But it's hard to notice when you're playing yourself, but you can see on the right that Raiden wins the fight within like 5 seconds. But he decides not to do it.
Those are suicide geckos. They blow up and they take us with them. You've got to keep them back. I'm sending you data on where to aim. Put a bullet through